Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we're going to go to agenda item number 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kalanche, Commissioner Sobroff, Mr. Attorney General, Mr. Tiefenk. Thank you for this opportunity for the COVID-19 update information. First, I'll say that this past week, we see a continued decline in the week-to-week cases of new COVID positive tests with 13 additional cases. 9 of those were sworn members, 4 were civilians. Of the 13 cases, 11 of those cases were individuals that were vaccinated. That's 85%. And as we move forward, we now stand at as a historic land point, 58.6% of those individuals who have been impacted by COVID with a COVID-19 positive test have been vaccinated. This last case is of 13 cases. That's a 32% reduction from last week. And again, it's 12-week, week-over-week decline. Other aspect I'd like to report is we've seen a continued improvement with the number of individuals who are at home. We now have 61 of our members that are at home recovering from COVID. That's a reduction of 36 fewer employees. And we also saw an improvement with our long haul cases being reduced by 1. We now have 16 long haul cases. And the individual that was a long haul case that was hospitalized over the prior 2 reporting periods, he has gone home. I reached out to him this morning just to express to him our continued support for his full recovery. One of the matter that has frequently come up during public comment has been current remarks about the testing and expensive testing for those individuals that are unvaccinated and require testing. That testing is done on duty, and the testing is at city expense. It's not at the employee's expense or their health care, as a point of clarification. Regarding significant events this past week, I was able to attend the Nickerson Garden Town Hall, CSP site. That's my ongoing series of visiting all the sites across the city. It's also a site that has seen a substantial amount of success with a reduction in violent crime. It's had a 29% reduction from 21 versus 20 and a 51% reduction this year to date versus 2019, which is, as you know, a common reference for me as far as the pre-COVID period. I want to express my support for all the community members as well as HACLA and their continued investment. Town Hall gave us a couple hours to talk about the successes, but also the ongoing efforts of improving the gym, improving the collective effort of improving the quality of life there. Again, common refrain of traffic signals, parking controls, safety of children. Again, a community that was working and is working hand in hand together, as well as with us and other members of the stakeholders within CSP to see a lasting and building resilience of that community. Next, yesterday, I want to thank Mayor Garcetti's office, who hosted a luncheon honoring our 2022 Outstanding Service to Domestic Violence Survivors. In that luncheon, it was an opportunity to showcase 5 individuals that we're honoring. This is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I want to thank Mayor Garcetti and his wife, Amy Wakeland. And during their administration, one of their first legacy items was to expand the domestic abuse response team to all 21 areas, 21 stations. And in doing so, also adding to the investment of funding for wraparound services for survivors of domestic violence, as well as their family members. In that period of time, more than 63,000 families have been served. And we've seen, again, lives that have been saved and lives forever changed. Yesterday was an opportunity to honor Valley Bureau Family Justice Center Detective Andrea Marsh, Rampart Domestic Abuse Response Team Officer Anthony Canales, Topanga Domestic Abuse Response Team Officer Samantha Chapman, as well as advocates from Strength United of Monique Canea and Francella Rivera. It is truly a partnership that benefits by both the police and our NGOs, our advocates that ride along with us, that provide for needed services to allow survivors to rebuild their lives. I'm grateful for their dedication, their service. And in looking at the incidence of domestic violence as well as child abuse, while we continue to be flat this year as far as the reported instances versus last, I want to draw attention, continued attention to the important need for all of our survivors to recognize that we stand ready and willing, and we need their help and assistance in identifying instances of both spousal abuse as well as child abuse. And why I bring that up is that as we look back between now and 2019, we've seen an 8.7% reduction in spousal abuse and assaults. And we've seen a 24% reduction in child abuse. And my fear is that in both of these instances, that much like sexual assaults go underreported, is that we're seeing as a continued impact of COVID, instances of these cases being underreported and not brought to us. I do know that over the last 2+ years, that with the onset of COVID, we reached out to a number of our domestic abuse response team advocates, Gail Pincus and others, and have held ongoing series of calls and outreach, because we are continuing to hear from them that their call centers and their advocates and their individuals that help provide counseling services have seen an increase in calls. So we have a bit of a disconnect here. It is part of Domestic Violence Awareness Month to bring up that unfortunate truth and to encourage all of our communities, as well as our school administrators and others, to be on the lookout and be aware that instances of domestic violence, of child abuse, continues, unfortunately, in our society, and that with these decreases, that I believe that we have those that have been isolated and somehow have become disconnected from potential services that are offered to them. Moving on to my next topic, I'd like to go into a discussion on a non-tactical unintentional discharge and an officer-involved shooting. Regarding a non-tactical unintentional discharge, on September 28th, at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning, an off-duty Van Nuys detective arrived at work and parked his personal vehicle in their parking structure at the station. And while retrieving work items from his gym bag, the detective noticed that his duty backup weapon in the bag began sliding out of its holster. As the detective took hold of the pistol, he inadvertently fired one round into the concrete floor. There were no other officers near the area where this occurred, and the Van Nuys watch commander was immediately notified. Fortunately, the discharge round did not cause any damage or injury to anyone there. This instance does require a Force Investigation Division response and investigation, and the results of that investigation will be brought before this board after I've had time to review it and make any recommendations as to its findings. Second incident is an officer-involved shooting. This troubling instance. This is the second instance in a little over a week in which officers were fired on by individuals they were attempting to stop and apprehend. This happened on the 29th of September at approximately 9:35 in the evening when uniformed Southeast gang enforcement detail officers responded to a radio call of shots fired in the area of the 11,000 block of South Broadway. While canvassing the area for victims or other evidence of a shooting, their attention was drawn to a male Hispanic walking towards them in the alley from 111th place. The male reportedly produced a handgun and fired at officers, resulting in one officer returning fire. The individual turned and ran south down the alley and then westbound onto 111th place, where he again fired at officers. This time, 2 officers returned fire. The individual ran and entered a driver's seat of a parked SUV. It was a white in color with paper plates and fled the scene. Officers immediately broadcasted the vehicle's description and the direction of travel Southeast units, who quickly located the vehicle, and a vehicle pursuit ensued, lasting approximately 7 minutes. That vehicle pursuit terminated at 97th and Town Avenue when the individual collided with a series of vehicles, including one vehicle that was driven by a community member. The individual surrendered and was taken into custody without further incident. The community member that was struck by our suspect was treated at the scene for a headache and a left arm injury. Unfortunately, no greater injury than that at this time. The individual that was in the vehicle that had earlier fired on the officers was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital for abrasions to the head and torso that he sustained from the traffic collision. He was treated for his injuries and cleared for booking. Given the circumstances of the traffic collision, the multidisciplinary collision investigation team responded and conducted a traffic investigation in concert with our Force Investigation Division. No officers were injured during this incident. At the scene of the collision, inside the suspect's vehicle were 3 handguns that were recovered. One was an unloaded Smith & Wesson 380 semi-automatic pistol. A second one was a 38 Colt 38 revolver that was reportedly stolen out of Las Vegas some 2 years ago. Inside, the officers located 6 spent casings in the cylinder of this weapon. Additionally, there was a 9mm Smith & Wesson semi-automatic pistol, which was recovered in what was termed a failure to feed, meaning it was loaded with ammunition and apparently suffered some type of malfunction, mechanical malfunction, that created it unable to fire additional rounds. This case was presented to the district attorney's office, and I am reporting that 2 counts of attempt murder on a police officer were filed, 6 counts of attempt assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer with a firearm was filed, 1 count of shooting into an inhabited dwelling, as well as the count of felony evading, and an additional count of assault with a deadly weapon on a civilian. This was the individual that was struck by the fleeing motorist by the suspect, as well as 3 counts of a felon in possession of a firearm. This individual was identified as a male Hispanic, 36 years of age, Gennaro Guevara. And Mr. Guevara remains being held in custody pending his preliminary hearing with a no bail status. As discussed last week, the commission had asked for some official follow-up in that this makes our 29th officer involved shooting this year versus last year that number was 27. We've had 13 fatals this year versus 10. There's been no change in that number. Our 4-year average for total officer involved shootings year to date is 23, and our fatal is just under 9 by this time year to date. And looking at the request for additional statistical information, year to date, we've now had 29 officer involved shootings. 17 of those have involved a firearm. Last year, that number was 27 officer involved shootings year to date, with 11 involving a firearm. So 59% of our officer involved shootings this year has involved a firearm, which is a substantial increase from the percentage last year. Additionally, a little more detail on this. This year, we've had 5 officer involved shootings involving an edged weapon. Last year, that number was 9. So a substantial decrease in the number of officer involved shootings involving an edged weapon. As for replica firearms, as you recall, shootings that we had 2 weeks ago involving a replica rifle. This year, we've had 2 officer involved shootings involving a replica. Last year, that number at this point was 3. An area that we have seen an increase this year versus last is perceived firearms. This year, out of 29 officer involved shootings, 5 of those involve a perceived firearm. And last year, that number was 2. Now, of the 5, and looking and researching those, 2 of those were officers responding to radio calls involving the suspect allegedly carrying a gun and pointing that weapon at others. As a quick reminder of these shootings, of these 5, I'll detail briefly. One involved in the Newton area, a suspect who was reportedly armed with a gun and pointing the object at responding officers. It was later determined to be a cell phone. One involved Southwest, an officer-involved shooting where the suspect fled from a vehicle holding a dark object that the officers believed to be a gun. The third, it was involved Southwest, where a suspect was reportedly armed with a gun, pointing it at officers and others, and it was later determined to be a metal latch actuator. The last 2 was an officer-involved shooting involving a suspect fleeing from a vehicle, which the officer holding something that the officer believed to be a firearm. It was later determined to be an L-shaped butane lighter. And then lastly, an officer recovered a handgun from a suspect and had him directed him to go to his knees. And as the officers waited for a backup, this occurred in the harbor area. The suspect reached into the car and retrieved a dark object turning towards the officer, and the object was later determined to be a cell phone. To the members of the public, as a reminder, within 45 days of any officer-involved shooting or other critical incident, the department publishes a critical incident video. And I encourage that to go to LAPD online and query the critical incident videos. And of every video I've talked about here, with the exception of these last 2 instances, that those most recent 2 shootings are now posted online, and you can see the body-worn video and other video evidence that we've had. None of these officer-involved shootings have been adjudicated to this point. They're all in the process of being evaluated, evidence being gathered, collected, articulated. They'll each come before me as after our use of force review board with recommendations on 3 bases: the tactics that were involved, the drawing and exhibiting of a firearm, and the officer's decision to use deadly force. My report will be made to the Board of Police Commissioners, and this commission, as you know, and I'm speaking more towards the public here, that the commission will be the final arbiter as to whether or not these shootings or any use of force involved is in or out of policy. Moving over to crime, we continue to see the rate of increase improve in regards to crime here in the city of Los Angeles. Part 1 crime fell below 10%. The increase fell below 10%. Last week, it was a 9.8%. This week closes, and the week before that, it was at 10%. We see reductions both in violent crime as well in the rate of change, as well as in property crime. These are important improvements for us. However, we still must recognize that the rate of shooting violence, while the number of homicides are essentially flat, 304 versus 304 last year, compared to 2019, homicides have increased by 50%. And in regards to shooting violence, while we've had 26 fewer shooting victims this year versus last, a 2.4% reduction. Versus 2019, we saw a 42% reduction. So I'm encouraged by the rate of violent crime and property crime that those rates are slowing. So we are making incremental progress. I do believe that the efforts of our department and our violent crime reduction added patrols, as well as invested added resources in the follow-ups and the arrests of individuals involved in these crimes is making a difference, as well as the criminal justice system coming to bear and being restored, many aspects of it. And then lastly, and most importantly, the community, as they come out of COVID and are working with us and working with each other to improve their ability to prevent crime and to work in partnerships in our efforts of improving public safety. Public safety is a shared responsibility that we're all engaged in. And I look forward to seeing these improvements continue. I know today also the commission will hear our presentation on our follow home bandit investigations and the results of the task force as it approaches its 1-year anniversary. A matter I want to talk briefly also about is our street racing task force efforts. We have seen a continued improvement in the 6th Street Bridge as far as the frequency or circumstances of people going there and doing takeovers or other reckless actions. We continue to have dedicated deployments there in the evening hours, Friday through Sunday, and then regular frequent deployments throughout the rest of the week. This last Saturday in the afternoon, we did see 50 cyclists that went to the location, gathered and began impeding traffic and engaged in a takeover, if you will. Officers were quick to respond. They cited an individual and the others quickly dispersed. Citywide, though, this is still a significant problem. We had 18 misdemeanor arrests over this last week for people engaged in speed contests, 23 impounds of vehicles. There were 4 spectators that were cited for being spectators at a speed contest or demonstration. 107 citations over the course of these 18 reported street takeovers. And the majority of these takeovers are occurring still within the central area of the city, with some also few in the south traffic and on the west side. The Valley this last week, I'm happy to report, did not report any street takeovers, though I'm confident that given the persistence of this issue that there were instances of speed exhibition across there. We just encourage the public again to call us and make us aware when these demonstrations or takeovers begin, and our efforts will be to respond and take efforts to take enforcement efforts as well as to disperse those groups. Lastly, I'll move over to our personnel strength. Unfortunately, we did see a reduction in our overall personnel strength, both sworn and civilians. We now stand at 9,215 sworn deployed members of the organization. That's a reduction of 38 from the period I reported last week. And our civilian workforce is at 2,667. That's a reduction of 5 members of our professional workforce. On Friday, this past Friday, Chair of Public Safety, Councilmember Monica Rodriguez introduced a motion for the personnel department working with the police department to identify a means of improving our recruitment incentives. Many agencies across the country, as I previously reported, have signing bonuses and such. I'm grateful for her movement on that motion and introducing it. There's a special meeting on Thursday of the Public Safety Subcommittee to hear the efforts of the departments, what we believe will be helpful in establishing a hiring bonus for new Los Angeles sworn police officers. And we're also eager to understand what type of hiring incentive can exist for public safety representatives and custody services representatives. Those are 2 civilian work classes that are in critical need of recruitment, of added staffing. We have shortages in both those areas, significant shortages impacting service levels, and in the police and the custody services, also impacting the number of officers that are working in that assignment versus being available to work the field. So I'm looking forward to the council's actions to establish, again, an incentive program recognizing the difficult job market that we're in and the critical need to add staffing to our ranks. With that, I appreciate your patience on my lengthy report today, and I look forward to your comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Moore. Commissioner Kalanche, any questions for Chief Moore? Commissioner Soboroff, any questions for Chief Moore? Commissioner Bonner, any questions for Chief Moore?
Yes, please. Thank you. Chief, I have three questions. The first one, actually maybe a couple of questions, but I would appreciate a comment on the shoplifting situation in Central, I believe, that resulted in the death of the store owner. And the question, I think, really is, as I understand, there was both suspects were 17 years old. And so the question is, were they students? What do we know about where they got the gun that was involved, and also just where are they detained? Role of the parents. Just give us an overview of a situation like that involves 2 minor suspects.
So I won't have all this information. What I can tell you is that the owner of this small market or shop in the downtown core has been in the past a frequent target of shoplifting or thefts, petty thefts, is my understanding. On this day, 2 17-year-olds, a male and a female, went to that store and stole a series of hair products, hair extensions, is my understanding, and fled the location. The owner gave pursuit and nearby confronted both individuals for the property that they had stolen. And during that confrontation, one of the 2 subjects produced a handgun in which the store owner was able to effectively disarm the individual. However, the store owner then fell back onto the ground, and the information we have from witnesses at scene is that one of the 2 subjects then produced a knife or a shank and stabbed the individual to death. The handgun was recovered at scene. unfortunately, the owner did lose his life there. Witnesses in the area pointed out to responding officers the location of the two individuals. They were taken into custody. There was evidence on their person regarding, including a knife, as well as blood that we believe came from the shop owner. As juveniles, currently this entire matter is before the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office for determination of what charges will be filed relative to this murder, and whether they'll be tried as 17-year-old minors or if they'll be tried as adults. I don't have the source of the gun at this point, nor do I have the status of these two individuals as far as prior criminal involvement or other activity. I do believe it speaks again to the challenge that we have with the far too frequent amount of guns that are in the hands of everyone, and that how a simple and relatively low, a simple matter of a theft, which obviously is the livelihood of these shop owners. They strive with thin margins and oftentimes at a loss, and being subjects of thefts and these types of instances, I'm sure is discouraging, and their efforts to try to safeguard their property and their livelihood is understandable. But in the presence of this, then the escalation involving gunplay and loss of a life through the stabbing is just a terrible, terrible circumstance. I'll have, I can and will have Central Homicide follow up with you with some additional information offline as far as the aspects of their prior background with schooling and also the source of the gun.
Thank you. Are you able to say, just generally speaking, in a situation like this involving two minor suspects, are they detained at Central, or where would they be today?
It would be customary. It would be my hope that they're still in the custody of juvenile probation.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't have that information before me. I'll have it before the end of the meeting, and I'll get that to you.
Great. Okay, appreciate that. And then two questions on the officer-involved shootings, not on any of the specific cases, but you mentioned, for example, that the number of the 29 that involved a firearm. And the question there is, with regard to involved the firearm, that doesn't necessarily mean that that someone fired at the officers. Is that correct? I mean, do you know how many of those cases involved someone actually using the firearm or firing at the officers?
Of the 17, I know that the last two instances, officers were fired on by the suspects involved. Going back, I'd have to, again, I'll research that and circle back with you as to the other remaining 15 instances. Okay,
and then a question also about proportionality, and that is, when we review the cases involving whether it's any use of force, there's some requirement that it be proportional. And in these cases, when you're dealing with a situation where there's the officer has determined that lethal force is necessary, how does that term proportional apply in those instances? In other words, the specific question really is about the number of rounds that are fired. Is there any expectation one way or the other as to how many rounds, not that you would expect a specific number of rounds, but the question just is there full license to, unload and have a number of officers firing any number of rounds, or is there any expectation in those cases that there would be some effort to limit the number of rounds fired to whatever's required to eliminate the threat?
Well, absolutely. Proportionality speaks to the officer immediate defense of their life. They're in an imminent peril of either losing their life or being seriously injured by this threat. In response to that, they use deadly force as a last resort, and the effort and as they use that deadly force, each round is evaluated on the merits of the continuing threat that is before the officer. And you're right, there's no magic number. Our effort is to obviously not have to resort to deadly force at all. And it is our hope that the number of rounds that are fired is our training is that there's fire control, and that officers evaluate after each shot whether or not there's a necessity or a utility to continue. And of course, as you know, as a commissioner with your history, that we look at each round in such a way, and there's often decisions or in our decisions that whether it's 1 round or 5 rounds or 6 rounds or whatever the number, we can find rounds out of policy because it's no longer deemed as an imminent threat and a necessity or last resort of the use of deadly force.
And just the brief, how is that trained? How is that covered in training?
It's part of our use of force policy as well as the application when we go about doing simulations, and whether it be a shooting in a live tackle situation at a situation scenario, say at the academy, or it's in a force option simulator. And then each round is evaluated as to the continued threat. It's reinforced in regards to even bonus or the marksmanship training that is taught at the academy as to the sequence of fires, the sequencing between multiple threats, if you will, more than one person armed. So it's taught in a variety of ways.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker, any questions for Chief Moore?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, thank you for the follow-up report from last week on the context for all the OISs. I think that's very helpful, so thank you for that. And just a point of clarification regarding the council issues or the matters before council this week that you spoke of. If I'm understanding you correctly, council has not yet approved the proposed bonus for hiring, but that is part of the matter to be taken up at the special meeting this week. Do I have that right?
That's correct. The motion itself did not identify the monetary amounts the department has in our earlier presentations to you and as well as others. And it's my belief that on Thursday at the meeting, those actual numbers will come out, as well as an extension, which is a civilian professional, an incentive program there. So those specifics will come out on Thursday, I believe, and then for council action to follow, my hopes, quickly thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Just wanted that clarification. Commissioner Briggs?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief, I have no questions for you. However, before we open it up to public comment, I do have a statement. The commission on a weekly basis receives a number of comments from the public. The commission as a whole always reads the comments of the public before attending the board meetings. This week, however, there were a number of comments that attacked one of our fellow commissioners. There was an attack against Commissioner Soboroff, which I believe to be both unwarranted and lacks even a scintilla of merit. Our city right now faces a monumental challenge in meeting the substantial needs of public safety. The chief this morning just reported that our personnel strength and the sworn numbers are going backwards, not forward. We're now down to 9,215 sworn officers, far off our authorized authority to have 9,700 or 9,800 sworn police officers. Against that backdrop, we have rising crime, and our police ranks are steady decreasing. Recently, last week, we had a study by LMU. It shows that the majority of our citizens are concerned about the LAPD's call response time, which has increased rather than decreased. This is a direct result of the department's inability to attract sufficient recruits to replenish and fill its ranks. The majority of our citizens want to see an increase in police patrols in their neighborhoods, but the department does not have sufficient personnel to meet those needs. Recognizing those problems and other concerns, Commissioner Soboroff took it upon himself to garner wide support from the business community to help alleviate one obstacle to recruitment of more police officers. That obstacle is the tremendous cost of housing in the city of Los Angeles. But for the leadership and efforts of Commissioner Soboroff, the LAPD would not be in a position to compete with other law enforcement agencies that are each raising the bar when it comes to recruiting law enforcement personnel, not only in the surrounding counties, but in our state and in our nation. So on behalf of the Board of Police Commissioners, I applaud Commissioner Soboroff for what he has done for our city and our department. I commend him for his leadership and tackling a very tough issue. He has selflessly donated his time and resources to ensure the safety of all citizens, even those who write to criticize him. Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Madam Secretary, we can open it up to public comment now. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Zach Sherwin.
Yes, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hearing Chief Moore talk in those earnest, measured tones about how LAPD stands with, I'm talking sober off, about how LAPD stands with victims of spousal abuse and domestic abuse and sexual assault is really striking, considering his failure to do absolutely anything about the sexual harassment that one of his female officers underwent, resulting in her winning a $4 million award in her suit against the LAPD that we, the taxpayers, are going to be paying for. You're not only a sickening hypocrite, Chief Moore, but you're also sort of a powerless joke. Your powerlessness to stop the officers and LAPPL from doing whatever they want is glaring and pathetic. And commissioners, you are complicit in all of it. Look at the place your sad and morally bankrupt lives have brought you to. It's truly an indictment of the values of this society in general and Los Angeles specifically that you are the civic leaders appointed to sit on this commission by, I should add, a mayor whose moral compromise is a matter of public record at this point. Commissioner Briggs, that speech you just gave, it's interesting, you used the word attacked at the beginning when you were talking about what happened to poor Commissioner Soboroff. And then at the end, you switched to the term criticized. And I think there's an important distinction there. Although I do also think that by being part of this public-facing board, Commissioner Soboroff would be entitled to expect attacks and criticism. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear you say that the claims are without a scintilla of merit. And if receiving some emails that don't speak warmly of him and his efforts, he resorts to sicking you to make the kind of speech that you just made, and his rich, white self enjoying every privilege at the upper crust of this society can't tolerate some emails in which he's criticized or even attacked, then he needs to step down from this board. Also, Commissioner Briggs, when is the last time you acknowledged anything that was said in any of those emails that were sent in that was critical of you or the LAPD? I mean, it's the first time in my memory that I can recall you acknowledging that those emails ever even come in. So I think it's really telling about just, you know, we always say it, but what a pathetic failure and a sham this board is, and how transparent it is that you're just carrying water for the LAPD to do whatever they want to do. I'll say it again into the record on the meeting, besides the email that I sent in. The Housing for Hires program led by Commissioner Soboroff is a conflict of interest. You know, he's getting millions of dollars from his cronies to get more police officers to harm and kill houseless people and Black and brown people while ignoring their needs. Shame on all of you, and your little speech was very entertaining.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Real quick on the comment that Briggs made, sir, I do have to agree with not the whole letters. I'm looking at them, but I don't agree with housing for new hires. I don't think that's going to be attracting more officers. I do believe it's working on morale and much more. But have you talked with an Angelino lately? Have you asked them how safe they feel? You know, I bet that's a survey that this commission's afraid to see. You know, how about our officers? How safe do you think the Southeast gang enforcement officer feel? You know, this violence and the brazen action of the criminals is getting worse by the day. And of course, a better district attorney would help solve this problem. But this commission also plays a vital role in keeping everyone in Los Angeles safe. You know, for too long, the radical movements have pushed this commission to make decisions that are not in the best interest of the people in the city. You know, these radical movements tout false narratives that have been echoed in many communities. Young people as well as old are believing that our police are the problem. It's breaking down trust and respect for one another, and it must stop now. Chief, members of this board, it is your duty to stop letting a false narrative destroy neighborhoods. Expose the facts, show the data, make the information easy to read in formats and platforms everyone can understand. You know, it's not easy or really common knowledge to know about the use of force report and what page to turn to, you know, and if you make it that far as a civilian by finding the website, then you get to try and figure out how to read it. Thankfully, I've received a lesson on understanding the report, and I know enough now to recommend making some kind of a flashcard or a meme, as they're called online, with facts and data that's, you know, easy to find. Transparency is more than just making the information available. Transparency is showing it to the people consistently. Another thing that this commission can do is bring back the tools our officers need, like pretext stops. The guns that were used to fire at the Southeast gang officers may have been taken off the streets. The illegal firearms that are also taken off the streets from pretext will keep our neighborhoods safe, all of our neighborhoods. You know, there's unity in community. LAPD is part of our community, and I agree with a lot of other callers on certain things they say. Also, it's American Heritage Month. Many of our officers are Italian Americans, so God bless our LAPD.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Steve Soberoff, your Housing for Hires program is a conflict of interest of such obscene blatancy, it's almost funny. The fact that a millionaire land developer is rallying donors to pay the partial rent of police recruits to incentivize them to join and stay with the department, I mean, you really just do not give a shit, do you? I think I can speak for every non-millionaire in attendance at this meeting when I say it must be nice. It must be pretty fucking nice to have help with your rent when the cost of housing in LA is off the charts. It really sucks getting help with rent. It really sucks that getting help with rent, i.e. the most basic of human survival needs, is only available to those of us willing to be complicit in fascism. At a time when police are clearing even more people, especially poor and unhoused individuals off land than usual, the fact that LAPD is literally living rent-free, or at least rent-reduced, on top of their already absurd salaries is 100% indicative of where Soberoff and all of the commissioner's priorities actually lie. Communities that are policed the most by LAPD continue to struggle with rent and desperately need rent relief programs, but this is ignored in favor of funding for LAPD, which remains the most murderous police department in the US. Commissioner Briggs, you just treated us to a lengthy and, may I say, extremely whiny speech about the lack of safety in Los Angeles. How can you possibly expect safety to increase if you continue to actively recruit more murderers? Thanks. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Well, I'd like to speak for 3 minutes on things in the jurisdiction of the commission.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Well, what I was going to speak about today, again, on recruitment, and one of the problems that is spoken about is pay for the LAPD, and the same thing is happening to the LAPD, but it's the government, right? It's the same thing that happens to people. The rich people get to put the difference in paycheck into their bank account because it's not adjusted to inflation. The LAPD's paycheck, I said, should be like $90,000 a year. That would be $45 an hour to start out. One of the problems with this is that's not what the military gets paid. So let's think on that. But I have to address Bonner talking to the chief about proportionality. And Bonner, what the problem is in the Graham versus O'Connor decision, reasonable officer has not been defined. I already went over this. So let's go back to paycheck, since I know what I'm talking about. There's one of the problems that's going on with the policing is there's no justice is a major problem, and it's a bigger word, unaccountability. You completely do things and you're just completely unaccountable. I mean, it's beyond no justice. And if there was justice, maybe black people wouldn't be as angry. You ever think about that? How about when MLK said, America's going to have a rude awakening if it returns to business as usual? Well, let me tell you, where are the net guns? I haven't talked about that much. Head to toe body armor. The other day I was going down the street, I saw the back of a delivery truck. It was $47 an hour. The LAPD doesn't start that much. I would just be a truck driver for $47 an hour. It's not as dangerous. So the rich are getting richer, right? And the poor are getting stiffed on paycheck, like the 501c3 NFL that could have paid. That's part of what Soboroff was part about. And he didn't pay nobody on the bottom. The problem is Steve Soboroff is a jerk, okay? Now, one quick one, I have to put this in. If I could find where I wrote that down, I may not be able to, doggone it. Well, I hope you guys figure out training would be another one. If the guy left it trained today on your OIS, they shot the guy with a knife, but there were two girls with a less lethal, but they didn't shoot first. As soon as this guy stood back up, the two girls should have hit him with the non-lethal, but he was shot and killed at the side of the, looked like shot him in the side of his chest. He did shoot one time. I agree with that part, but.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Regarding the chief's report, Chief, we see again that 11 out of 13 were vaccinated. What does that tell you? We hear the same proportion every week. Let me quote someone that might help us understand where we need to go. This was Orlando Batista. He said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. An error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We have 1,900 officers sidelined. I don't know if that number is accurate. It would be good if we could get an update on that. Are they disciplined in some way? We need all police officers in the street or at least doing some kind of police work within the LAPD. The number 9,215 was mentioned, deployed, use that term deployed. They're not deployed, they're just on the books. How many are actually deployed doing police work in the streets of Los Angeles? How many? Where are the footbeats? Chief, again, on your report, we don't need to know if there was a negligent or accidental discharge. That really has nothing to do with the public unless the public is harmed by it. You could spend the time talking about the murder of Du Lee on Saturday in the Fashion District at Olympic and Wall. It's on video, it's reported by KTLA. I would say that's a significant incident, very significant. And I noticed you didn't mention the race of the suspects. Yes, they are juveniles, I understand that, but they committed a murder. And speaking of murder, the number is now 304. That's one murder a day. One murder, is that safe? How many of these murders are actually reported in the media? How many are reported by the police commission? Put something on the website that has every victim, because every life is precious, every life is valuable. And if it's okay with the family of the victim, then put that information out there. I'm sure it would be, especially for the cases that have not been solved or cleared. There's a CPAB summit coming up. I've heard that only the CPAB chairs will be allowed to attend that. I don't know if that's true, maybe, but if you're a member of a CPAB, you should be allowed to attend that summit and be part of community policing. There's a Police Protective League meeting. Why don't you go to that, police commissioners? Go up there, speak, hear what the police officers from all ranks and assignments have to say. Hear from them, go to roll calls, go on ride-alongs. You need to stay in touch and be in touch. Very, very important. Well, we keep saying the same thing week after week. We're hoping that we will change course. There needs to be amnesty for those officers that have been sidelined due to the COVID-19 mandate. That's just wrong and it's cruel. Where is the compassion for the public and for those officers? We need to work together, and that website needs to be worked on and be more proactive. Watch item 12.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Today I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. First, regarding the domestic violence response team, it's important that Chief Moore pointed out that the numbers that he mentioned were those that were reported, and that the numbers of families experiencing domestic violence are probably much higher. This makes me think of the multiple studies over the past several decades that show the instances of domestic violence in households of police officers is 2 to 4 times higher than those households without police officers, rent subsidized or not. And that these numbers as well are self-reported. They're very likely much higher. This is relevant because we know that the kind of like patriarchal, familial, domestic violence is the space where continued violence and murder happens a lot. That the police, who again are at least 2 to 4 times more likely to abuse their families, have anything to do with domestic violence response in LA is a very gravely obvious example of where money and resources should be absolutely moved away from cops into modes of community care that actually address violence, not commit, perpetuate, and expand that very violence. Chief Moore was widely touted as a data guru when he came out of his $1 million 2-week retirement to become chief. And so these statistics should hit home. Speaking of cops' homes, domestic violence, and statistics, the LMU study that you all presented last week shows that 64% of people living in police households support, and I quote, proposals to redirect money from LAPD's budget. And 52% of people in households with an LAPD officer want to completely dismantle the police. How about them stats? Moving on to the murder of LAPD officer Tipping, and more importantly, the alleged gang rape by 4 LAPD officers, I'm wondering what Chief Moore's investment is in covering up that murder, which according to lawyers, he lied about here at Police Commission on June 28th about the injuries sustained by Tipping when he was murdered, and in doing so, covering up these allegations of rape. How often do LAPD officers rape people? How often is the chief involved in covering it up? When members of this commission went to Tipping's funeral, did they know about the alleged gang rape by 4 LAPD officers? In a role of, quote, citizen's voice in police affairs, in providing, quote, civilian oversight of the LAPD, what role does this commission see themselves playing in the day-to-day violence of the LAPD, the murders, the sexual assaults, the cover-up of rapes we don't know about? How do you all, parents, spouses, siblings, grandparents, how do you all sleep at night? Good question, Steve. Is that why you're nodding? Yeah. Zach brought up a good point that this is the first time in years that our emails have been mentioned. And it says a lot about who's in charge and who's the biggest baby here. Have a great week.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, agenda items, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, I appreciate Chief's Moore report. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Briggs for the remark against Soboroff. I think he's amazing. I really appreciated the LMU presentation survey. It was 3 out of 4 were positive. the amount of people that do want to see more officers out on the street is positive. And on agenda items, I support 3A, 3B, 3C, 3F, 3H, 3I, 3J. And I do have to agree with a lot about this mandatory Bluestone stuff. I say that quite a bit. You know, my husband and I have both been vaccinated and still came down with COVID. So has about 90% of the people. So officers need to not have a mandate to get vaccinated or to even be required to go through Bluestone. That's, to me, is just ridiculous. May everybody please stay safe. I appreciate everybody. Stay healthy, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have John Von Gunton.
Thank you. I very much appreciate this time. I'm a longtime civic volunteer in Salantahunga, which is under the Foothill Division. I'm only speaking on one real main point here, actually, too. I suggest that more divisions organize active monthly neighborhood watch meetings under their local SLOs, such as ours here. On a numbers basis, pure numbers, Foothill has among the lowest crime events in our city. Foothill SLOs and brass tell us that our high residential participation is pivotal to our low crime numbers. Several procedures and practices make neighborhood watch work. I expect Foothill Division would share those if requested. These neighborhood watch meetings have reached nearly 100 attendees on some of the higher meetings. Volunteer created invitations and reports electronically reach over 1,000 local residents monthly. That is local participation. We are very grateful to our local SLOs and Captain Smith for hosting these meetings and for keeping us informed and reminding us to be active. The neighborhood watch meetings, we share complaints. We gripe about LAPD. We gripe about the guy down the street. We share hints about lighting, having a dog, hide it, lock it, keep it, and put your car in your garage. Final point is that a survey at our recent National Night Out exemplified that ST Salantahunga is desperately pleading for more, in the sense of greater number of officers, and stricter in the sense of harsher penalties, law enforcement. This was from a survey of about 75 people, and the results were in the 90s. We very much appreciate the traffic enforcement that we do have. Officer Flores does great, but there's only one of him and he's spread way too thin. We need more stricter traffic enforcement here in Salantahunga. And we hope that other divisions will get very active neighborhood watch. I'm not saying they don't have them. I'm just saying it's an excellent adjunct. And help us with traffic. It's like slot cars out there. Thank you very much for your interest and for being there. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T.
Hello,
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
You know, it's really hard to come on here and unpack all this information in 3 minutes, but I'll give it a go. Power and strength to all the families impacted by police violence here on Turtle Island, stolen land. You know, 27 shootings, was it, with 17 fatalities, of which they were unarmed people. The chief himself said a phone, 2 phones, a lighter, and an actuator. these folks that y'all killed were unarmed, and you sat on here on this commission, admitted it. But where's there a real oversight body? You'll go into your private quarters to discuss if it'll be in or out of policy, along with LAPPL that'll back y'all for your murders. That's disgusting. Where's the training? Where's the de-escalation? Right? No matter how much you train or try to, get more millions of dollars for your training, and you act like your lack of police or enrollment to your department is our problem. Maybe it's because y'all are just killing our folks. People are starting to see through y'all, and you're eating up 54% of the city's budget, which is 3.8 million a year. And then you want to criminalize every Black and brown person on here because in this community, because that's what the system does. It's a systemic problem. You never address the root of the problem, which is y'all in this system that was set up. So you just automatically look at any Black or brown person on the street as a criminal because that's what this system does. It was set up that way. It was designed that way, and according to your all's laws, people are innocent to proven guilty, and you drag Black and brown folks disproportionately through your court system. You got people talking about pretextual stops and enhancements, which disproportionately impact Black and brown people, right? And then you talk about rent subsidies for murderous cops. Discharges are important. We don't want cops living next to us to discharge our guns or drinking, hitting cars, discharging guns, murderers that live in our communities and then go police our communities. They're getting subsidies. Well, we got 70,000 homeless on the streets. Y'all, we need a civilian oversight body. We need to defund y'all, abolish y'all, and fund our communities and stop killing our people.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 0322.
Good morning. You can hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's interesting that the chief highlighted their domestic violence response team when they don't even protect their own officers from harassment. $4 million on Friday for sexual harassment of a female officer in which Chief Moore failed to act on. Who would report sexual assault when less than 30% of reported cases are cleared by LAPD? Or domestic violence when 40% of cops are domestic abusers themselves? If a 33-year veteran is not protected inside the department, what hope do civilians have? Speaking of sexual assault, Officer Tipping was investigating 4 officers for rape when they killed him in a so-called training exercise. How much will taxpayers pay his mother to settle this lawsuit? Chief Moore said LAPD has killed 13 people this year, which is the same as the 10 murdered last year at this time. To clarify, Chief Moore, 13 is not the same as 10. You may not see them as such, but those are human lives. And 13 killed this year is definitely more than the 4-year average of under 4 people killed by your officers. LAPD killed more people so far this year than police in Germany kill in an entire year, or police in Japan kill over a 7-year period. And that's comparing populations that are double and triple our population. Angelinos aren't more dangerous and violent than those living in other countries, let alone of their entire populations combined. Let's see. An L-shaped butane lighter, cell phones. Why don't we teach de-escalation techniques? Because LAPD is taught to shoot first and ask questions later. This is not public safety. Clearly, this can't be trained out. LAPD is an embarrassment. This commission is not oversight. Stop wasting our tax dollars cleaning up the mistakes of this department. Lastly, Commissioner Briggs, Steve Silveroff has continually had conflict of interest on this board, and for you to deny that further makes a mockery of this board and insults our entire community. No song and dance will distract from the fact that the Housing for Hires program championed by millionaire land developer Soboroff is a conflict of interest. Police are increasingly used to clear folks, especially poor and unhoused, off of land. Our well-compensated police don't need rent relief. Our most vulnerable neighbors need rent relief and help finding stable housing, because when folks' basic needs are met, there's less crime and need for punishment.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so this housing for hires program that Sober Off is championing, it's actually very violent. It's harmful. It's racist. It's specifically anti-Black. And while that's not evident on its face, when we think about what the LAPD's role is in the houselessness crisis in LA, what the relationship to violent sweeps are, we know that they perpetrate violence against the unhoused community. And we know that the unhoused community is disproportionately Black, right? So this is actually pretty in line with the LAPD's policy of being the most anti-Black agency in this city. So shut that shit down. Also, this continuation of the Safe Neighborhoods grant, which is going to fund LAPD overtime hours to patrol neighborhoods in 77th and Southeast. Yeah, so the program claims to use hotspot policing. This isn't anything new. It's ineffective. It's a pseudoscience. It's pseudo-sophistication. And you can actually read more about hotspot policing, predictive policing, programs like PredPol and Laser, which have been disbanded, which claim to, kind of figure out where the crime is ahead of time and flood resources there. They're inherently racist. They're really just a veil for more open racism. You can read all about that on Stop LAPD Spying's report, Automating Banishment, at automatingbanishment.org. But I think what we are seeing here is this kind of combination with community policing, right? This notion that LAPD should be playing fucking basketball with our kids and in our communities, talking to community members, which really is just infiltration. It's counterinsurgency. It's identifying who they want to criminalize. And let's think about the community members that the LAPD uplifts within these programs. Even in the course of these calls, we've heard community members, quote unquote, who are in support of these community policing programs, who actually want an increase in policing, who are in support of the criminalization of communities they've deemed other. And that's who the LAPD is going to uplift. They're not going to uplift a dissenting voice. They're going to criminalize a dissenting voice that's often Black or brown. Lastly, I want to talk about Briggs. Briggs's little speech. Briggs, I saw you express more interest, sympathy, empathy, and care, a band standing for Sober Off, because he got some mean comments than I've ever seen you express for literal Black children being killed or 27th and San Pedro being bombed. And I don't think anyone has made the mistake of assuming that you're here in support of our communities, certainly not for the Black community, but you've proverbially shown your ass yet again and uplifted that you're here solely in service of the LAPD and evidently your white billionaire peers. This commission's a sham, defund the LAPD. Yeah, that survey was astounding. And I'm amazed y'all are touting it as much as you are. It seems how it, uplifts how many LAPD households, like people y'all live with, want to dismantle you. So yeah, stop limiting public comment, resume in-person meetings. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Javier.
Good morning. Where do I begin? Well, I'm just going to say that while I'm disheartened at times and concerned about the negativity that we're hearing here about the department, the vast majority of Los Angelenos who rely on our brave men and women appreciate what they have to go through. And while this issue with Commissioner Sobroff is such a lightning rod for activists from a particular part of the world, I think it's a noble attempt and a successful one to help recruit and retain police officers. Now, for those who have called in and repeatedly call in and who are experts in haranguing and making false accusations, well, get used to this commission, this department addressing the tough issues. And while you don't like the statistics about murders and the these gang robberies, etc., then may I suggest that you get off your tuchus, your ass, and become part of the solution instead of continuing to harangue and be the problem. We can't allow this to happen in a society that is increasingly becoming lawless. And one of the few tools that we have is our police officers and sheriff's deputies. And so they're going to continue to do the right thing. I know you losers are going to continue to complain, but until you come up with a solution for these robberies and these attacks and all of this other crime, then you really are just wasting your breath and everybody's time. That's not to say that there aren't issues involving the department, internally or otherwise. But every week we hear these broad accusations about these 4 rapes and things. You know what? I learned at a young age, put up or shut up. Police work is hard. The delays in getting police officers there is because there's so much crime. And so much of it involves people who don't care about the city, don't care about reducing crime, and all they can do is bitch and moan every day. You do it in your daily lives, and it comes across when we hear you on these phone calls. And you can keep doing it, but we outnumber you probably 10,000 to 1. But hey, you're entitled to free speech. And what I'm saying probably ticks you off. But then again, I'm entitled to free speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
When are we going to go back to in-person meetings? You are showing your whole fascist asses by keeping these meetings in this format and letting cops call in and take the majority of the public comment time. I am seething with each police officer that calls in and takes up the public's time. You know it's happening. We know it's happening. The Loyola Marymount study says it all. Folks still want money reinvested into systems of care, period. 1/3 want to see this department entirely dismantled. But we know that you will never do or respond to what folks in the community want. It's not your job. Your job is to find ways to see to it that the majority of our budget get eaten up by this group of killers. You are desperate to find more to do just that. Continue killing our community members. The word desperate was used in Commissioner Soboroff's tweet. You're desperate to find more people to continue doing this. Briggs, addressing the written public comment and saying that it holds no merit. You need to resign immediately. These emails are coming from civilians. They are coming from citizens. You will never be the civilian voice in policing affairs. How do you not see that Soboroff's actions are a direct conflict of interest? It's because you don't want to see that. Soboroff is a developer with developer friends. Where is this action for teachers? You know we have a teacher shortage too, right? You know that teachers are leaving the state hand over fist because they can't afford to leave here. My own children's favorite teacher is leaving at the end of this year. That's happening all the time in LAUSD. I don't see Soboroff out pounding the pavement for teachers. You know we have a school nurse shortage too, right? You know that we finally are allocating dollars to make sure that there's a nurse on every single campus, and we can't find nurses to hire. You know we have a shortage of social workers too, right? You know these things, yet you're going to spend your efforts offering subsidies to a group of people who don't even live in the city of Los Angeles. More than 90% of LAPD doesn't live in the city of Los Angeles. The LAPD is rotten to its core. It's not a few bad apples. Week after week, there are stories that come out, like the one this week. You beat one of your own to death because he was trying to expose rapists in your midst. When I read the autopsy findings, I was struck to the core by how similar it sounded to the way John Horton was beaten to death in LA County jails more than 10 years ago. There's no amount of training or rent subsidies that is ever going to change a department profession. So
Thank you. Next, we have caller ending 0682.
Good morning.
Good morning. What item would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm just, it's amazing how this goes on every week and nothing gets done. How are crime statistics higher when we have all this technology? Nobody wants to be an LAPD officer. That's not alarming to you guys? Nobody wants to work for the LAPD. Why do you think that is? It's ridiculous. We have this technology. All of this technology. Police are working with tech companies and stuff like that. But they're abusing the stuff that they're using. It's abuse. This is ridiculous. And it goes on every week. It's ridiculous. Something has to be done. Crime is continuing to rise. People are homeless. People are hungry. People are jobless. What do you think was going to happen? And then you're offering LAPD officers that possible hires housing. What about all the people that are homeless, that are committing crimes because they're frustrated and know what else are they going to do? They can't afford housing. They can't afford food. It's ridiculous how you people are in charge of stuff. It's crazy. This is terrible, and you guys need to do better. You need to do better. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items will you be speaking on this morning?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We always appreciate the opportunity every week to just use our voices a little bit. I want to thank Mr. Briggs. Thank you so much this morning for, your speech about Mr. Soboroff. It's important. It's important that we know, some of us don't know, that he actually cares. Mr. Soboroff, this is for you. Thank you so much for doing that. We appreciate your efforts. We appreciate you caring about our communities and reaching out to the community. You, sir, are the only one I feel out of the commission that actually just goes out there and, does the legwork and really cares and doing everything you can to help our communities. Yes, we want more officers in our community. This kind of reminds me of the Officer Next Door program years ago that was very successful and very welcomed by the community and people that live around the officers. So thank you for bringing that back. No, it's not that people don't want to be LAPD officers. There's a process. There's a process that has to take effect, whether it's school teachers, nurses, or police officers. And we understand the background check is it takes time, and we appreciate that. We want the best of the best, which is what LAPD is, the best of the best. No, not murderers, not rapists. It's, again, ridiculous, these false narratives that are spewed out every single week. Everybody, is a police expert that calls in, and why didn't you do this? And they were unarmed, and why didn't you do this? I can guarantee you these people probably wouldn't last 2 minutes in a simulator. But then again, quick to call and criticize and insult these people that risk their lives and run towards danger and towards death to save us community members and save us people just trying to walk out in the street. This rapper walking last night on the phone with his wife who was gunned down. Koreatown, downtown LA, Hollywood, Yes, we have a shortage, and this is from the buffoons who were yelling out defund the police and abolish the police. We don't want that. Chief Moore, you absolutely know we don't want that. We do outnumber 10,000 to 1 for the haters, and we want more policing. Go out there, play basketball with our kids, be visible. We welcome you and we appreciate you. Comparing our police officers to other countries that don't have this, well, I can tell you, being from another country, they don't tolerate the zero bail and releasing criminals out in the street 4 times a day. So don't compare our officers to that. Go to another country as a 17-year-old, commit a smash and grab or murder or anything else. You won't see the light of day. That's why there's less crime.
Madam Secretary, this next call will be the last call. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Elisa Avalos.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of it?
Okay, 3 minutes.
I would start off by saying, to get more police officers, I would think would be the best way to also do outreach to the high schools, the seniors that are graduating. And another thing, everyone says, some people are saying defund the police officers, but when we need help or our lives are in danger or our children, we want police officers around. Another thing, I'm glad the Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez is finally doing something to support the police department, but it would also be great if she would apologize or even show up to any CPAD meetings or neighborhood council meetings. She always seems to send her staff. Now, she should be more involved with the police department because she is the chair of health and safety. Now, instead of defunding them, that is not correct. Now, what she did by removing Officer Coloca from Sun Valley to Hunger when he's a loved officer and there was never nothing negative against him. And yes, I'm going to keep bringing this up because God forbid she has enough power to get rid of our Captain Smith. That wouldn't be okay. Or Sergeant Ojeda or Sergeant Salazar. That would not be okay. Now, I would like for you guys to continue reading our emails, but what about the morale of the officers? And it would be great for the commissioners to also go on ride-alongs, but not with the sergeants or captains, with the police officers and thank them and see what they do also. And another thing, we need more communication. And Chief, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but you need to stand up to the city council, especially to Monica. You need to ask her for permission to reschedule another community meeting at the Angel Gardens because we have been getting violence there. We had already 2 drive-bys. That is not okay. And it would be great also if you guys would communicate with the park rangers and talk to Monica Rodriguez and letting them have a weapon. They only have a flashlight to protect themselves. That is not okay. And it would be great to hear you guys say one day, we talked with the park rangers and we're communicating and working together. That would show us that you guys are working with other people. I'm sorry, my son's in the hospital and I'm taking my time as a mom to speak because my community is very important and I don't work for anyone, but I care and volunteer for my community and I want the best. So thank you guys and please stay safe, but please, Chief, you got to stand up to Monica. You cannot let her take an officer away from our community, especially a hardworking community. He would give free time to our community. That is not all right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this time, we're going to go to item 3 on the agenda. Do any commissioners request that one of the items be pulled? Seeing none, I move that we approve items 3A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, and J. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to item 4A on the regular agenda. Can we have Director Rhodes, please?
Good morning. Sorry, I was having trouble with that. Let me share my screen for a presentation today. If you'll give me just a moment.
We can't see you on Director Rhodes.
Can you see your screen?
Okay, so can you see my screen? I don't know why you can't see me.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
All right, well, let me start with that. Good morning, I'm Director Elizabeth Rhodes with the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy. And I'm here to discuss the inquiry that the department conducted, and specifically the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy conducted into the tragic incident involving Officer Houston Ryan Tipping. I'd like to start by offering my condolences on behalf of my office and the entire department to Officer Tipping's family and friends, both those inside and outside the department. I'd also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy personnel who conducted this inquiry with respect and in the most efficient and effective way possible. The written report will be anonymized, but should provide the public with the facts and circumstances surrounding the accident. And the report will be coming out to the public at a later time. I'm here to provide the commissioners and the public with a little bit of context. So let me begin by saying that for this report, the OCPP staff had access to everything that they thought was pertinent and that they could, and that was accessible at the time. That includes the incident scene, physical evidence, applicable department documents, the California Commission on Police Officers Standards and Training, that's commonly referred to as POST documents. We had interviews with all involved department personnel and also interviews with non-department witnesses. And we had the now published coroner's report. So we had access to all of that. The goals of the inquiry team were to create as accurate a narrative as possible of the events that led to Officer Tipping's death and recommend best practices for department training moving forward. It is the overarching hope of this department that we can apply the knowledge gained during this inquiry to enhance future trainings. And that is the purpose, that is one of the purposes of the inquiry. So let me begin. Officer Houston Ryan Tipping was a 5-year veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department. In 2021, he attended bicycle patrol school, and in 2022, he was invited back to help with that school. Bicycle patrol school, or as is referred to in the report as the course, is a 5-day course. It includes riding techniques for bicycle officers, bicycle maintenance, officer safety, and the tactics that officers can use while patrolling on a bicycle. For example, mobile field force tactics on bicycles, the use of bicycles during stops, and other police tactics. It also includes practical exercises during parts of the course. The purpose of the practical exercises is to provide officers with tools for dealing with real-world situations officers may encounter while on bicycle patrol, with the intent of bringing newly acquired skills into realistic law enforcement simulations. The practical exercises are exercises in which the students in the class, those who wish to become bicycle patrol officers, assume the role of police officers on a bicycle, and the course instructors, such as Officer Tipping, play the role as a suspect. So in the report, those will be referred to as adjunct instructors. The exercises provide students with an idea of what they will encounter in the field, and the instructors use their experience to assist with the students in showing them what they may encounter in the field. One of those practical exercises is called the 415 man scenario. This name stems from the penal code section, which states in pertinent part, any person who unlawfully fights in a public place or challenges another person in a public place is guilty of a violation of penal code section 415. And that's where the name stems from. So the suspect in this scenario, or the instructor officer, should be verbally threatening, should advance on the student officer. Such advances could be perceived as an attack, and should do things to induce a defensive reaction from the student officer. The student should use the techniques that he or she has been taught, both in this class and in other classes, to create distance, control timing, slow the attack, and move around the bicycle. They are not to take the suspect into custody. So the instructor eventually faces the student and engages the student in that verbally threatening manner. The unarmed instructor, who is the suspect, advances on the student in a manner that the student could perceive as an attack, and a defensive reaction is induced. When or if the student uses a foam baton, the role player will comply by taking a knee when the student has transitioned into use of that baton. So in this case, as the scenario, the 415 scenario began, approximately 10 scenarios were run before Officer Tipping became the suspect. At that time, Officer Tipping walked quickly towards the student officer. The student officer remained behind his bicycle, which he used for cover. The Officer Tipping then placed his left leg onto the bicycle, and the student officer struck Tipping's leg with a foam baton. This caused no injury that we know of, but Officer Tipping reacted, as he was supposed to in this scenario, by going down on one knee to simulate a successful baton strike. Again, this was a foam baton. The student officer redeployed backwards, as is being taught in the course and other places, in an apparent attempt to follow established department training and increase distance and control the timing. At this moment, Tipping rose and re-engaged. But because the scenario had moved towards the perimeter of the room, it was immediately broken up, and the two officers, both the suspect officer and the student officer, were placed at the center of the room. Officer Tipping then lifted the student officer from the ground, and the student officer's arm went around Officer Tipping's neck, wrapping towards the front of Officer Tipping's cheek and throat. As the two fell to the floor, Officer Tipping's neck remained in that grasp. When the officers landed on the ground, the witnessing officers immediately noticed that Officer Tipping's body movement seemed unusual, and he appeared to be struggling to speak. At that time, they rendered aid, including later CPR, rescue breathing, monitoring pulse, and use or attempted use of the automated external defibrillator. They also, of course, called an ambulance. We went through, and as the commission is well aware, the coroner's office determined that this was an accident, as did the department. It was a tragic accident, and again, we express our condolences. The autopsy report, as the commission may know, indicated that Officer Tipping had sustained, his cause of death was a spinal cord injury, and that he had sustained a laceration to the left side of his scalp that was the result of a Mayfield C-clamp placement during spinal surgery, and fractures to his ribs were the result of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Again, The coroner ruled it as an accident, as did the inquiry from the Los Angeles Police Department. Nonetheless, we did adhere to our core value of quality through continuous improvement, and we made some recommendations that can be found in the report. Despite these recommendations, the inquiry did not identify anything that, if implemented before the accident, would have conclusively prevented Officer Tipping's death. But we do make some recommendations in order to better the course and the department as a whole. And with that, that's my presentation. I will try to figure out why my camera is not on. And then I can answer any questions that you may have.
There you go. We can see you now, Director Rhodes.
Sorry.
Thank you. Let me start with Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Decker, any questions?
Well, first, Ms. Rhodes, thank you for that report, and thank you for your team for all of these efforts. And it must have been extraordinarily difficult to perform this service. I don't have any particular questions. I just want to express my gratitude, as well as also to present condolences to the Tipping family for their tragic loss. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
I echo Commissioner Decker's comments and thanks. I do have a couple of questions. The second one is, will you go over the 5 recommendations briefly? The first one is the firestorm that's hitting the media right now. Is it doesn't seem to be consistent with the description that there was really one officer involved as a student and one officer as the 415. All this news is that there were 4 people involved. How many people were actually involved in this situation when the tragic accident happened?
So thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. I do realize that there are a number of allegations for which we have not seen any evidence out there. But in our inquiry, we found that the 415 man scenario was, as it sort of indicates in the name, a 415 man one. And so this was not a mob attack, as has been alleged, but rather one 415 man who was, in this case, Officer Tipping, playing the role of a suspect to help officers learn how to deal with that one individual. Having said that, your question talked about the entire incident, and I just do want to indicate that there were efforts made, not in the 415 man scenario, but later by many officers to render aid. And I just want to make.
I understand that, but it sounded like the training portion where the officer was injured, from before he was injured to after he was injured, which was in a very short period of time, which is a pretty normal occurrence. There was only one other person involved. Is that correct or incorrect? Was it 4 other people involved, or was it one person involved?
There was one student involved and Officer Tipping.
Okay. Thank you. And okay. Can you briefly go over the 5 recommendations? I mean, really briefly. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I can easily read them later and everything else, but I think it's, because we're public right now, I think it would be appropriate to just 1 through 5.
Of course. So some of these, the report is much more detailed than the verbal overview I gave you. And some of these are substantially sort of in the weeds, as one would say, but let me go over them and they may prompt other questions from you. So one would be the bicycle school uses an expanded course outline. And one of the recommendations is to clarify the bicycle school expanded course outline and all expanded course outlines that contain any arrest and control techniques to ensure that the expanded course outlines clearly articulate instructor and student expectations. So of course, the expanded course outline did include many expectations, but clarification can always help. The second one is that the adjunct instructor program for bicycle patrol school should be formalized. In this case, Officer Tipping was chosen by the 2 full-time instructors, but we would like to see a more formalization of that, so it's clear who becomes the adjunct instructor / role player.
Was he chosen on the spot, or was he chosen Tuesday and this happened on a Wednesday? Did he know the role he was going to play until it just happened?
So he had attended the school in 2021.
I understand that.
And then he was chosen to come back in 2022. I don't know the exact amount of time, but it wasn't on the spot. It was,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the third one would be that safety briefings should be held at the beginning of any class involving physical activity, so that all participants are familiar with the area and the safety equipment's location. In this case, the class, different officers were dispatched to do different things, and it was held at the academy, which is not the home station or home division of these officers. So just as an added precaution, again, not something that would have changed the outcome, but there should be a briefing. And that's a recommendation that the report makes. The fourth recommendation is that Training Bureau should evaluate all areas used for scenario-based training to ensure the area can safely accommodate all potential interactions. And to be clear on this one, this 415 man scenario was not the only scenario that was used in the training. There was another one that an individual started to fall over of a wall, and that may have been an inappropriate place to hold that training. So the inquiry focuses on not just the very short event that you alluded to. And then number 5 is for the certification from Post of a 1070 certified role-playing instructors should not provide instruction during scenarios pending department clarification of the mandates of section 1070. And there was it's not clear from Post what exactly the parameters of that are, but in an abundance of caution, the department will not have anyone who is not 1070 certified providing instruction, talking about what could have happened until Post clarifies that.
Okay. The student who was the officer in this case, you said it was one person. How was that student selected? On the spot, voted in by other people? A group got together and said, we nominate this guy. How was it he picked?
Each of the officers will participate in the scenario. In this case, approximately 10 scenarios had been, seriatim, so one after another. So in this case, approximately 10 scenarios had gone forward already. So this was the person who came next.
Okay, and was this the first one of the 10 that Tipping was involved in, or was he involved in any more?
The first.
Okay, so this is like you take a marble out of one box and a marble out of the other box, and those two match up. It wasn't that one person was involved in multiples.
So not one student was involved in multiples,
Yeah.
but the instructors would be involved in multiples.
But
This
this
was,
was Tipping's first in that day.
yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Kalanche, any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple, please. First question, Director Rose, can you also just remind me the scope of your review? Was it the conduct of the individual officers and any particular policy and procedures, or what was the scope of your review?
Scope was an inquiry into the death of Officer Tipping, and we were not instructed where to stop. So we did look at the policies and procedures. We looked at the training. We looked at the area. We had full and free reign to look at anything and everything that could be an ingredient in what happened.
Okay, appreciate that. And if I understood you correctly, relative to the specific accident or the incident, that Officer Tipping was playing the role of a suspect, and there was another officer that was playing the role of an officer. And yeah, if I heard also correctly, that when the incident occurred, the officer had his arm around Officer Tipping's neck.
Officer Tipping lifted that officer. And so that's where that officer's arm went.
So it was a result of him lifting. What I'm getting at or clarifying is making sure that, since officers are not permitted to use the neck restraint in arrest and control of suspects, I just want to make sure that how that be clear on how that occurred here.
So Commissioner Soboroff was absolutely correct in that it was a incredibly short and fast incident. But when Officer Tipping lifted the other officer and it appears charged forward or put his head into that officer's torso, that officer, his arm went around.
So the arm went around the neck as a result or a reaction or result to Officer Tipping movement, as opposed to an effort to restrain him.
So the course does not actually says that there should be no custodial confinement or anything. I am not trying to not answer a question, but it's not clear, why things happened in the blink of an eye.
But perhaps I could add to this, Commissioner. It's not in the motion of the arm of the involved officer as he was lifted up. His arm wrapped around the backside of Officer Tipping's neck, not in a traditional fashion of what you would think as what we would do as an upper body control. The arm would be around the front of an individual's neck, but instead it was around the back of his neck. And so the Officer Tipping is bent forward. The other officer is facing Officer Tipping as Officer Tipping hugs him or grabs him, according to witness accounts, and lifts the officer off the ground. The officer, in a reaction, places his arm and drapes around the back side of Officer Tipping and about his neck. And then those officers then fall, the two of them. And in falling and coming in contact with the ground, that's where the injury occurred. It's because of and this is in the autopsy report. I believe it's also in the investigation. It goes to the impact on the ground with the arm of the officer in that position around the backside of Officer Tipping's neck, and the resulting in that instance is where the fracture occurred. So it wasn't in traditional neck restraint where you would restrict the front portion of the neck. It's more towards the back, or it is not toward, it's in the back. Is that fair?
I do have one question that this may be for the chief before I ask my final question to Director Rhodes. Following on what you just explained, Chief, in terms of the training that officers undergo in just defensive measures and how to deal with suspects, say in that kind of situation, is there any particular training one way or the other as to what the appropriate or inappropriate defensive move is? An officer is training for situations where a suspect's coming at them, tackling them or what have you. Is there any particular training in that regard as to how to react in those situations?
I don't know that there's specific to that event. We have a natural reaction of an officer, of an individual attempting to regain their balance or push back or repel when they're being lifted off the ground, and where their arms would naturally drape. if you will, or what position they would take. I'm not prepared to really speak to the further. We do teach grappling techniques to officers that do involve various movements of the officers about an individual who they're attempting to either subdue or escape from as far as maneuvers. But I don't have that information here before us.
Okay, appreciate that. And then the final question for Director Rhodes relative to the review and so on. You mentioned that you'll be issuing a report at some point in time, and I just wanted to understand: is there, beyond hearing this discussion here this morning, is there any future role that this commission will play in any reviewing any element of this incident?
There is a written report, and I believe that will later go to the commission. I am, unless the commission.
Let me interject if I could. So the report will be released. This is a report that Director Rhodes and Office of Constitutional Policing produced to me. It will be released later today to the public, just as I would release as a chief other reports the department may have completed relative to the department operations or otherwise. She did reference a word anonymized. I want to clarify what that means for the public. That means that there's officers that were involved in this that were trainees. There are also officers who were instructors. And then of course we know that Officer Tipping was there. Officer Tipping is the only one identified in the report. Otherwise, the other personnel are identified with an alpha, an A, B, C, D, so to speak, identifier. So a reader will be able to follow or track the individual officers, but not by their last name. And the reason for that is because of state law relative to personnel records of involved personnel. And this is also, there's an active complaint investigation, if you will, that regarding the actions that occurred that day, as well as civil litigation. So the effort is not to, is to provide the public with as much information as possible about the results of this investigation and the actions of everyone involved, as well as, of course, going forward, so that while we recognize that this was a tragic accident and in our view was not something we could have predicted, there are steps that have been taken to further safeguard so that such a tragic event would never reoccur. Lastly, I don't want to go any further without again sharing and with Ms. Director Rhodes my condolences to the family of Officer Tipping, to every member of this organization, and to his friends regarding this tragic loss. This report is by no means meant to minimize that loss or somehow articulate a basis of justification or otherwise. It is in and of itself, though, an effort to explain how such a circumstance came about and what everyone's involvement to this point was, and importantly, a reassurance to the public that going forward, again, while we could not have predicted this, we do think that there are steps that will go to attempt to further ensure the safety of everyone involved.
Okay, and then could either one, I just wanted to also just remember the specific question was whether this commission will have any role in reviewing any other element of the incident beyond what we just, the presentation we just heard.
Not that I'm aware of. You obviously can call anyone in the department, including me, and we can discuss it offline, or if you have any other requests. But at this point, this is the report of the inquiry.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. At this time, I want to echo the remarks of Commissioner Decker. We extend our condolences to the Tipping family for what occurred. I do want to thank Director Rhodes for a comprehensive report that has been prepared by her office surrounding this incident. Thank you. And at this time, we're going to go to item 4B on the agenda. The Department and Latin American Law Enforcement Association, LALI, presents presentation in recognition of the National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we have Lieutenant Robles, please.
Commissioners, Chief of Police, Mr. T-Fake. My name is Selena Robles. I'm a lieutenant with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I'm also the president of Latin American Law Enforcement Association, also known as LA. Before we move forward, I'd like to introduce our board of directors.
Officer Dylan Wells, historian.
Sergeant Roberto Martinez, Sergeant of Arms.
Detective Sophie Toledo, treasurer.
Sergeant Christina Solis, recording secretary.
Lieutenant Monique Valenzuela, Second Vice President.
Senior Admin Clerk Francia Ramirez, Civilian Board Director.
Good morning, everyone. We look forward to your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, President Briggs.
We
You
can't-
closed, oh,
you
sorry.
closed your mic. Yeah, we can't hear you at the present. Your microphone is off in the room there.
Give us 1 second.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Okay, great. I'll start. To provide a bit of background, LALE is a department employee organization founded in 1967 by a group of police officers who were inspired to promote the advancement of Hispanic and other underrepresented groups within the department. Throughout our history, LALE has played a vital role in advancing professional development, encouraging service and advocacy, and building community relationships. Currently, our board consists of 11 board of directors, and for the first time in our history, we have 6 women on the board, along with a civilian representative. LALE's membership includes over 700 department employees that represent all ethnicities and includes sworn and civilian ranks. One of LALE's founding principles is the advancement of professional development. LALE has worked tirelessly to establish mentorship opportunities, provide training incentives, and promote career development. LALE has established a seminar program to help prepare the next generation of leaders. The seminars, which have been held in person and virtually, have been open to all department employees. Over 2,500 personnel have attended our seminars, where we prepare them for promotion opportunities, including positions for Police Officer 3, Detective, Sergeant, and Lieutenant exams. Currently, LALE is hosting a monthly series to prepare those who plan to take the next captain examination, and we previously partnered with the COA and APCOA to host a seminar for the upcoming commander's exam. LALE understands the integral role that civilians play in our department, and in support of their career development, we also have organized civilian promotional seminars. Part of LALE's commitment to professional advancement includes its scholarship program open to our members and their children who are pursuing higher education. To date, LALE has awarded over $100,000 in training and scholarships. On October 20th, we will be hosting this year's scholarship celebration. LALE is committed to strengthening communication between law enforcement and communities we protect and serve. We previously organized a community virtual seminar with the department entities in English and in Spanish to discuss the 911 process and demystify any myths surrounding calling 911. LALE also partnered with Cielo, an Indigenous women-led nonprofit organization, where they provided free COVID-19 vaccines to Indigenous community members. On September 15th, LALE, in partnership with the department, invited community members for the commencement of Hispanic Heritage Month. Mayor Garcetti and Chief Moore spoke at the event, which also included remarks from Commissioner Calanche. In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, LALE and the LAPD Museum have dedicated countless hours of research to preserve our history and identify contributions and milestones of Hispanics in our department. A display of our research efforts can currently be found at the LAPD headquarters through October 15th. I encourage all of you to take a moment to visit our department exhibit that highlights significant moments, challenges, and milestones of the Hispanic community with the LAPD. At this time, I would like to introduce LALE historian, Officer Dylan Wells, to share some key points of our history.
Thank you for the introduction, Lieutenant Robles, and good morning to the Honorable Board of Police Commissioners, Chief of Police, my fellow employees, and community members. The city of Los Angeles is one of the most culturally diverse cities in the United States. From its founding, Hispanic residents, civic leaders, and immigrants have played an important role in the city's development. Similarly, their noteworthy contributions within the Los Angeles Police Department can be traced back to the early origins of the department itself and continue into present day. National Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated annually in the United States from September 15th to October 15th. This month acknowledges the history, cultures, and contributions of those from countries in the Caribbean, Central America, Mexico, Spain, and South America. Also, within this time frame of celebration is the City of Los Angeles observation of Indigenous Peoples Day. which highlights and acknowledges that the land which the early settlers of El Pueblo arrived to in 1781 was inhabited for centuries before by people belonging to the Tongva and Keats nations. Over the years, we have seen Hispanic membership in our department grow and individuals ascend to the highest levels of our ranks. We can trace the origins of Hispanic community representation within the department to officers like Jesus Bilderrain and Norberto Valencia, who in the early years of the department served the city of Los Angeles as patrol officers. In 1875, Juan Jose Carrillo was elected as the first Hispanic chief of police. Josephine Serrano became the first Mexican policewoman in 1946. Policewoman Serrano defied social norms and familial expectations to pursue her dreams and ensure representation of her community was seen within the department. With significant events of the past decade, like the establishment of Indigenous language translation cards to assist officers in communication, the appointment of Assistant Chief Al Labrada as the department's first Latino community liaison, and the election of Selena Robles as LALE's first female president, we are looking towards a future which shows promise of diversity, transparency, equity, inclusion, and cohesiveness of law enforcement and the communities of Los Angeles. Thank you.
On our next slide, we'll show Hispanic personnel make up 52% of our sworn workforce. This figure closely is aligned to the makeup of the city of Los Angeles. Our demographics certainly reflect the diverse communities that we protect and serve. To date, many Hispanic department personnel have risen in the ranks, including Chief Moore, Assistant Chief Labrada, and Commander Ruby Flores, who serves as the department's first diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. A department analysis of command staff, captains and above by ethnic background presents the following information. Presently, the overall representation of Hispanic personnel among command staff is 32.74%. While there has been improvement, LALE is working closely with department leadership and Chief Moore to increase representation at all levels. We stand together with the department in the 30 by 30 initiative and are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our priority is to continue to build bridges to promote trust and ensure public safety. Since its founding, LALE has remained committed to providing career advancement, which also includes taking an active role in recruitment efforts. LALE has partnered with Recruitment and Employment Division to offer mentorship to prospective recruits. We also participate in college fairs and will take part in one on October 8th at Los Angeles Valley College. We're also working with East LA College's Administration of Justice Department to offer students interested in law enforcement career mentorship and support. We are actively working on a few projects in partnership with the department and affinity groups that highlight our history. Projects include a mural of trailblazing women and a bust of police officer Josephine Serrano. LALE is proud to recognize the accomplishments of Hispanic personnel during Hispanic Heritage Month, as well as throughout the year, and we look forward to continuing to serve our members while building bridges with the communities we protect and serve. I would like to conclude by showing a video of LALE that LALE, along with the department and its media relations, and Officer David Morroquin produced in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. The video in its entirety is also available on our department's social media. Thank you. We will now show our video.
Our relationship with the Hispanic community is important in enhancing public trust and confidence in our department. Critical in building that relationship and trust is ensuring our department's diversity mirrors our Hispanic community.
In the early 80s, my family and I fled El Salvador due to a violent civil war. I grew up in the Rampart and Northeast areas of Los Angeles, and it was then that I had numerous positive contacts with LAPD officers and the DARE program. I knew very early on that I wanted to be an LAPD officer. And in 1998, I achieved that dream and, obviously make my family proud and represent not only my heritage, but the areas of Los Angeles where I grew up in.
I came from El Salvador. I arrived in the United States in 1989 at the age of 17. I wanted to make the city that I live in and work in a little safer for everybody. I'm assigned to Rampart Division. I work the front desk. I've been a police officer for 17 years. Some of our citizens haven't learned the language just yet. So being a Spanish speaker gives me the opportunity to communicate with a large group of people that otherwise I wouldn't have access to.
I'm a senior crime and intelligence analyst, and in January of 2020, I made history by becoming the first Hispanic to take on that role. So I'm very honored to serve our department in that capacity. My grandparents came to the United States in 1960 from Mexico. My grandparents had a Mexican food restaurant in Newton Division, just a few miles from the station. So from the day I was able to walk, my grandma made me a little apron and I'd go around to tables and serve people their food. And I remember there being a lot of police officers and a lot of teachers. And so I think that really left a lasting impact, just the work ethic that I developed at the restaurant, interacting with teachers and police officers. They became role models along with my family. So when I turned 15, I became a police explorer at the Downey Police Department, and that's where my commitment to public safety started.
I was born in Paraguay, and when I was 2, our family moved to Guatemala, so I grew up in Guatemala. And then when I was 18, I came to the United States to go to college. I've been a police officer for 14 years. I always wanted to help people. I wanted to have a profession where I could be involved in people's lives. The idea of running into danger to help people out was attractive to me. It helps that I speak Spanish fluently. That really helps me build rapport with people quickly in lots of situations. An opportunity to do something that hopefully makes a difference and puts a positive impact in people's lives.
I've been on the job for approximately 15 years. My family immigrated from Guatemala, and so did I. At age of 5, we came and ended up in Los Angeles, actually Newton Division, which is one of the areas I work in right now. I work Community Safety Partnership out of Newton area, and I love it. You know, it's one of those things where they say, you know, you try a couple of different things, and when you get to the one that you love, you'll know. So I know I'm where I'm supposed to be at. So I'm paying it forward. I grew up in that same area, the community, and I'm just helping out all the kids and the community member with, you know, just trying to live a better life and trying to reduce crime as well.
I grew up in Southgate. Both of my parents are from Mexico. My father came here when he was 15 years old, and the first year he was here, he was homeless, and he used to sleep at the Alvera church out in the streets. So my dad always told me that when I was little, and I always knew since I was little that I wanted to be a police officer. At 17, I enlisted in the Army, and I went to Oklahoma, and I went to Fort Bragg, and I was an artillery crew member, and then I joined the department.
Mis papás son de Cotija, Michoacán, México. Yo soy la primera persona en mi familia que nació en los Estados Unidos. También soy la primera persona en mi familia que consiguió una licenciatura y la única persona en mi familia que soy policía. He estado con el departamento por 23 años. Creciendo, yo me acuerdo, tenía 5 años y en vez de mirar caricaturas, miraba yo programas de policía. Yo siempre he querido ser policía. Era un sueño para mí. También quería ser policía para uno de los departamentos más grandes de los Estados Unidos, como la Policía de Los Ángeles. Un departamento muy diverso, inclusivo, grande, donde yo podía crecer con el departamento. Lo que me ha dado más placer es ayudar a chicos o chicas que han estado siendo abusados o heridos en sus casas o en sus escuelas o en sus vecindades. También los animales que han sido heridos. Es un placer ayudar a la comunidad a proteger esas vidas inocentes.
On behalf of the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, we are proud to share our history, culture, and pay tribute to the many contributions of our Hispanic community and our department's sworn and civilian personnel. Thank you.
While I'm proud of the work that has been done thus far, I recognize there is still much more work to be done. The Los Angeles Police Department is committed to continue and build our Hispanic representation at all ranks and pay grade. Currently, Hispanic personnel make up just over 50% of our sworn personnel and 44% of our civilian professional workforce. These statistics closely reflect the estimated population of Hispanic residents within the city of Los Angeles. However, we can still do better, particularly related to improving representation within the higher ranks of the department. You have my commitment that we'll continue our targeted outreach and recruitment efforts within the Hispanic community for the next generation of police officers, with the goal of enhancing and supporting our community engagement efforts. Additionally, in partnership with the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, we have distributed an internal employee survey and renewed emphasis on our mentoring efforts in developing the next generation of leaders within the department to identify and prepare Hispanic members and others for advancement. In closing, the department recognizes the outstanding work, entrepreneurship, innovation, and accomplishments members of the Hispanic community have made in Los Angeles and our nation.
Hola, yo soy asistente jefe de la policía Al Labrada y soy de México. Yo soy LAPD.
Somos LAPD. On behalf of every member of this department, thank you. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Proud of our efforts with the department and our service to the communities that we serve.
Thank you. That was quite a presentation. I want to thank all the members of the board of LLA for this presentation in recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month. I learned quite a bit here, and I got to tell you, it was extremely enlightening to learn who was the first Hispanic police chief for LAPD way back when, in my grandparents' time. So that was really enlightening. But more so is the fact that the contributions that have been made to our city, our culture, the department itself, they have enriched everyone, the Hispanic Americans. And I applaud you for bringing that to the public's attention today. At this time, I would ask Commissioner Decker, do you have any comments or questions?
Well, I do want to thank you. That was quite a presentation, a lot of information, but also succinct and very informative. Thank you for all the work you do. And I wonder if I can I would like to ask you about recruiting, because I know your organization is so involved in so many different aspects of the department, for which I thank you. But I wonder if you could share your perspective on recruiting. Are we doing everything that we can to attract the best candidates, and how can we partner even more so with your organization to try and be more effective at this?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. As mentioned before, we are working hand in hand with Catherine McCraney's office with RED, so that we can assist and guide those candidates that are already in the hiring process with LA. I think the department is doing a great job in utilizing all its resources to share information with colleges, with military, and with students who are interested. I know, coming from UC Davis, graduating from there, we had an internal site that we would always constantly look at when we would review our work. I would suggest having linked our joint LAPD information to our local universities, our college campuses, to really share the word that we're recruiting. And then we're also very proud of the work that we're going to do with East LA College, so that we can also guide those candidates and prepare them to with the application process.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you think we should be engaged in? Those are all very important programs, but I want to be sure we're not missing a good opportunity.
You know, we've also talked about the department's doing a great job with also providing incentives, hiring bonus incentives, and also for mothers and mothers-to-be daycare center. I know those are being looked at just to also minimize the concern of having to babysit your children while you're going through the academy or doing your work hours. So that's something to look into further as well.
Right. Those are both incredibly important programs. Well, thank you very much for being with us today and for sharing your additional ideas. Much appreciated. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobroff.
I just want to say, not only timely, but welcomingly uplifting, accurate, truthful, and your work is every one of you is appreciated and acknowledged, not only by us as commissioners or by command staff, but for Angelenos, because you're helping make the community safer, and your work is much appreciated and very timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Kalante.
Thank you. My apologies. I've been struggling with the cold, so my voice is a little choppy. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you for all the hard work. I have a couple of follow-up questions. And I would welcome like to hear from the rest of the board. I think it would be great. I think you all have been doing a wonderful job. I'm wondering if you've set some goals for like what you'd like to see, us, like in the next, 3 to 5 years, the number of Latinos in the higher ranks. I know right now we're at almost 33%. Excuse me. Do you have, goals that you've set for us to, think about and work with you to achieve? And then the other question is about what you think the key issues or barriers are that become obstacles for, promotions for Latinos. Yeah, those are the two main questions. And I think that your insight would be like super important, and feel free, anyone there at the board, to respond.
Thank you, Commissioner Calanche, for those questions. The first one regarding our goals, we certainly would like to have increased representation of command staff at all levels. And we do have the opportunity to meet with Chief Moore on a quarterly basis, and actually also on demand. He's made himself available and accessible to us at all times when we want to discuss the upcoming promotions, and has been very responsive to our needs and our membership concerns as well. So I do want to applaud the chief on that regard. Any others?
Good morning, Commissioner Calanche. This is Officer Dylan Wells. To touch on the promotional barriers regarding our sworn personnel, one of the things I could speak from experience with LALE also is that this organization has been one of the most inclusive when it comes to promotional preparation, be it the testing or the interview aspect of the promotional process. So something to model after for other organizations and the department, I would see, is the inclusiveness, whether you're a member or not, is how welcoming LALE has been. And I would see that other officers now who are coming to me for advice on how to promote, how to take interviews for the police officer 3 rank, I'm providing the same material. So if there is some accessibility across the department, either through our local area network or another method, to have readily accessible tools when a mentor is not available, that is one way that I would think could help someone, say, for example, working the night shift, get access to the same tools and resources someone on the day shift may have had. And that brings that equity into it, that they all got the same opportunity to see what tools are out there for them.
So preparation for interviews is one of the challenges.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then have you thought about numbers you would like to see as far as like percentage, or just knowing like, who's in the pipeline? I mean, if you don't have that now, that's fine. But I think that I would love to know what your vision and goal is for, seeing, more representation in the upper ranks.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly with also women representation. I know there's 7 female captains currently that are commanding officers. So we definitely want to build up our bench from the lieutenants and on and forward, and ensure that even during the interview panels that we have a diversified panel to ensure that equitable approach to all candidates that are going through the process.
So sergeants and lieutenants are key right now to like really start, prepping and building their resume on the department or what they're doing and their community work. So that might be like the focus, maybe. Yeah.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I would like to add that, we're now coming out of the pandemic. During the pandemic, there were obviously a lot of unknowns. There was a lot of kind of inconsistent experiences at all ranks when we were going through the promotional process. So I think preparing our people on both sides of the panel to experience a very equitable and consistent testing experience, that we not only prepare our candidates, but we also prepare those who are going to be interviewing our candidates.
That's actually a really good point, Sergeant Valenzuela. I think what I heard when I first started on the commission was, Lieutenant Valenzuela. Sorry about that. What I heard a lot when I first came on the commission was and it's something that I actually brought up not that long ago, was the role and the matrices that are used during the interview process, which I'm still really interested in looking at to make sure that there is equity, and it isn't based on like who's the interviewer, but that we have some sort of parity across the board. But yeah, so I thank you for bringing that up. And again, congratulations, great presentation, keep up the good work. Let's get more folks promoted, and let's hire more folks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, please. Thank you. First, I want to say thanks to the group for the presentation as well. And, I listened to these kinds of presentations, both in part for an opportunity to celebrate the successes as well as understand and enhance understanding or learning. And so that's the spirit of my question, is for some further understanding of at least one point that was made. And I think the report was that Latinos or Latino Americans make up 52% of the department. I think was the report. And if that's accurate, the question is that a point of discussion? Both, I'm sure it's a point of discussion within LA, but I'm asking kind of just in the broader community in the department, and even your interactions with the communities you serve, even your families, just broadly speaking. Is it a point of discussion in two ways? One is with regard to communities that over time have had a concern about how communities of color are treated by law enforcement, and sometimes the public narrative historically has been out of a concern that the community was not adequately represented within the department, and that clearly, at least here, is not the case. And so that's the question: is how is that thought of and talked about when you have a majority of Latino officers in the department, and with those who are concerned about how the communities fare? And the second element of that also is with regard to advancement in the workplace. How is that thought of? There are some who have the view that that representation in the command staff or in any organization ought to be proportional to the makeup of the workforce. Others, have just a broader concern about fairness and promotional opportunities. So if you could really, assuming that I'm correct, that that there is a majority of Latino officers, again, just briefly, how's that thought of and talked about relative to communities, and how is it thought of and talked about relative to promotion?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we do represent 52% of all the sworn staff with the department, and then we represent Hispanic sworn command staff represent over 32%. And we certainly want to encourage those that are seeking promotion opportunities, and we want to support them and guide them through the process. And I do understand that some are not interested in promoting further, which is also very honorable, but we want to ensure that we provide them outlets with opportunities so that they have the tools and guidance for them to be successful and to be considered, because there are a lot of individuals, representatives that are eligible, that are have the eligibility to and the requirements and education to be promoted. So we would just want to make sure that those are considered during the promotion selection process, so that we do increase our representation from the command staff with women all over, not just with the command staff, but sergeants, lieutenants, in all ranks that we have within our department. Do you want to take the second question?
He's trying to speak, but I think his mic is.
Before you leave that point, I just want to make sure that I'm taking that that LA as an organization, or just even the members, is there some strong view that you haven't really succeeded until you fully represent proportionally the number of sworn officers, or is that is it really the focus just more on making sure that there's fairness and opportunities? And that may be the proper way to frame it. So I'm just trying to understand what the discussion is.
I think to a degree, you cover both parts that we are interested in supporting. To those individuals that are currently in the commander role and are seeking to become deputy chiefs, we do want to support them as well. And every individual that is in the eligibility list for promotions, we want them to be considered because they are eligible for that opportunity to promote within our command staff. I just want to open it up to our board of directors here if you have any further information to add.
Okay, and if not, the other part of that question was with regard to either what you hear from communities or what you communicate to communities, relative to the representation, in the department's workforce, and whether there's any greater expectation as to, how that, translates into level of service or interactions or not.
Yeah, from our understanding and knowledge, our representation is a very positive representation of us as a department and as a whole, that we're able to freely communicate with community members in Spanish and English and other dialects as well with Indigenous community. So we're proud of the department's efforts in regard to having our, even with Chief Gradis' CSPB office to support that community relationship and enhancement. And in addition to that, we have done events with Coffee with the Cop, and we are planning an event with Mariachi with the Cop with Detective Chris Reza to also ensure that dialogue with our community members and show them that we're also accessible to answer any of their questions, whether it be in English or Spanish. So we want to maintain that positive community relationship with all of our divisions and our community members that we serve.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And once again, thank you everyone from Lele. We really appreciate the presentation. Keep up the good work. Keep up the efforts for recruitment because the department sorely needs it. And we certainly support you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner
Yes,
Briggs, if I might,
sure.
I want to thank Lele and their leadership, their board for being here, for the level of sophistication of their presentation, for negotiating their way through the questions. To Commissioner Clanche, yes, we do have a goal. That is, we are, and to Commissioner Bonner, we are seeking to have a command staff upper ranks that are reflective and proportional to all of the communities of Los Angeles and all of the groups that are, and also a gender diversity and balance in that sense. So that is a process. I want to report just briefly and give some representation of our performance there. It's not just in our Hispanic communities, though it's an important one as I reflect back over the decades of the growth of the Hispanic representation, both in the rank and file, as well, where we now exceed 50%, but also within our command ranks, as well as our African American and our Asian Pacific Islander ranks. Those are all areas that in the last 4+ years for me has been a particular area of focus and emphasis, not just on recruitment, but in advancing within the organization. And to give you some stats, and these go back at a 5-year point and a 10-year point. And I think it's reflective of the organization's commitment, and yet we still have more work to do, which I referenced earlier in the video. So let's take it back to 2012. Within the command staff of the department, we were 22.5% of the command staff were Hispanic representation. And in 5 years after that, that number had grown to just over 27%. And then you heard this morning that we're in excess of 32%. Our commitment is to continue to grow that representation, as it is also in the AAPI community. In 2012, our AAPI community of command officers were at 5.8%. In 2012, that number hadn't moved, 2017, that number hadn't moved very much, but it had moved up to 8.1. And then this last, as of 2022, we're now at 12%. Again, very close in that rank to parity within our communities, of our AAPI community, both internally with the rank and file as well as the membership of the city. Similarly, at the same time, has been our commitment that we not lose ground in regards to our African American command officers and their representation. And in 2012, we're at 15.8%. That number had pulled back to 11.9% in 2017. And today we're standing at 16.5%. So I believe that the organization, through the help and support, and I cannot thank enough the affiliated organizations for their commitment to meet with me and for us to hear and work together for collective concerns of how to improve the sense of fairness, the sense of equity and access to people who are desirous of promoting. And for those that frankly aren't, for us to go out, seek them out and identify opportunities for them so they can excel in this organization and become the leadership for the next generation. I look forward to the continued work in their development of training sessions, of their mentorship that they are committed in, and their outreach. And then lastly, to Commissioner Bonner,
it does make a difference. This diversity that I've spoken about on each of these levels, as well as when we look at gender diversity, LGBTQ representation, these are all representation that I believe has improved the sense of fairness and equity. We have a lot more work to do, as we showed last week with the LMU study. We recognize that the sense of bias and unfairness and equity still exists in our society, and that policing, being the most visible form of that, is we carry a burden of that. We also carry a history that is going to take time for us to move from. But representation of each of those groups within our organization and their sensitivities to the weight that they carry to represent the groups and their histories, I think is making this a better department, and I look forward to the future. I think it's a bright one in regards to this topic.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief Moore. At this time, we're going to go to item 4C on the agenda, the 77th Street CPAP.
Share. Good morning, members of the commission, Chief, Mr. Inspector General, City Attorney, Mr. T. Fang, and community members. I'm Captain Ahmad Zarakani from 77th area. I'm here joined by my partner here sitting right next to me. That's Denise K. Smith, and she is my co-chair for 77th area. Today, we will give you a presentation, a report regarding our CPAP, and also some numbers regarding our crime numbers, our activities, our community work with within the 77th area. As you know, 77th area was established in 1925. We are serving approximately 175,000 residents here in our area, and our area covers 11.9 square miles. We have 11 basic cars that covers our area of responsibility, and we have neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in our area are Crenshaw District, Athens Park, Chesterfield Square, Gramercy Park, Hyde Park, South Park, Vermont Knolls, View Heights, Vermont Park, Morning Park, and West Park Terrace. 77th area is covered by two council districts, Council District 8 and Council District 9. From the 11 senior lead officers that provide community service in 77th area, currently I have 4 areas that are vacant, either due to retirement or due to long-term leave. And usually we cover those areas by acting senior leads. I have 1 acting senior lead right now working our 45 area, and the other 3 areas are shared by other senior leads. And I will later explain to you why we weren't able to backfill those areas. We're looking at our crime numbers here for year to date. Our homicides year to date are up by 9.3%. We have 47 homicides this year to date compared to 43 last year. Our robberies, we have significant increase of about 15%, 834 this year compared to 725 last year. We're doing a bit on our ag assaults. We're down about 1.6. So our violent crime in general are up by 2.3%. One of the areas that we're very happy to report is incidents of shots fired and victims shot. We had significant decreases in those numbers. Our shots fired Last year, this time was 426, we're 393 now. So that's 7.7% less. Our victims shot last year by this time was 228. We're down to 187. That's 18% less. With that said, we're really looking at areas that we need to improve on. And I know the area of robbery is something that we have been concentrating on. Really, when you look at our numbers, I think I brought up during our report last year to the commission, Figueroa Corridor is what is really driving almost 40% of all violent crimes here in 77th area. And it's not much difference to our neighboring area, Southeast. They have same issues on Figueroa Corridor, which is really is fueled by human trafficking activities. Because with that comes incident of carjackings, robberies, assault with deadly weapons, shootings, and homicides. We also looked at our robberies, and 2/3 of them are street robberies. Although we had an increase in number of robberies that occurred at businesses, but vast majority are street robberies. And the other area of concern is the increase in number of firearms used in our robberies. Historically, about 20% of all robberies were a firearm was used. We're almost half of all robberies right now are a firearm is involved. And although we looked at year-to-date trends, and in recent months, since maybe we're noticing a decrease in number of firearms used in 77th area compared to earlier this year and also last year. Also, the number of firearms that were recovered during robbery investigation, 1/3 of them were ghost guns. And I'm talking particularly in robberies here in 77th area. So we have our ATF task force, and our task force officers were concentrating on recovering firearms, particularly ghost guns, and trying to take them off the street. I can tell you that so far, year to date, we had 672 firearms that were recovered by our officers during investigation. The investigating stops that they conducted. 515 suspects were arrested while in possession of firearms. We also looked at our clearance rate with some of these suspects who were in possession of firearms, and we can see a slight increase in number of filings we're able to get from the DA's office. I'm happy to report that of the 515 cases we presented, so far year to date, 318 already been filed, and the rest are under consideration. We also look at our number of homicides. As I told you, we had 47 homicides so far this year. 26 are already solved, and they're cleared by arrest. Suspects were arrested, and the DA filed appropriate charges. And when we look at our clearance rate for homicides in 77th area, 75% of our homicides is our clearance rate for the homicides that occurred in 77th area. Another area that I wanted to report to you is, since I know Chief every week talks about our number of personnel that are sworn and civilian personnel. That has created a challenge here in 77. I remember last year when Commissioner Decker asked me about what we're doing on Figueroa Corridor, and I was talking about human trafficking. I reported to the commission that I had assigned 7 investigators to work on human trafficking problems on Figueroa Corridor. And I told the commission that my intention was actually to increase the number of investigators working human trafficking cases and rescues, because that's an area that I think we can, if we can resolve that, we can resolve a lot of the violent crime issues on Figueroa Corridor. Unfortunately, instead of increasing that number, I'm down to 2 investigators now. The challenges we're facing is our response time, my patrol. And we are at the point now that we're pulling people from investigative assignments and putting them in patrol so we can bring our response time to an acceptable level to respond to the 911 calls. We are at a point that we're offering overtime to fill the black and whites to respond to calls. I've even opened that to my detectives. I have detectives who are working the black and whites, detectives who've backfilled as field sergeants or as watch commanders. So it's a hands-on effort to make sure we provide an acceptable level of service to our communities here. Because every community meeting that I've attended, the theme's been asking for more officers, asking to decrease our response time, asking to work the street takeovers, the human trafficking issues, violent crime. So in response to the community, we've been adjusting our deployments as far as reassigning personnel and also as far as being able to offer overtime trying to respond to those issues that are brought up to our attention by the community. With that said, I want to pass this to my co-chair now and ask her to take that from me.
Thank you, Captain Zarkani. To distinguished members of the Police Commission, to Chief Moore, to the representatives of the City Attorney's Office and the Inspector General's Office, to any other distinguished guests we have among us, and to the community at large. Good afternoon, all. My name is Denise K. Smith. I'm a 44-year resident of the city of Los Angeles, hailing from Ohio originally. 38 of those 44 years, I have lived in 77th Division, and I'm currently serving my second tour of duty as the co-chair here at 77. My first one being approximately 20 years ago. I also just retired last year from the city of Los Angeles. Most of those years, 25 of them, were served with the police department. So I've seen some of the faces that are here today. And by the way, Executive Director Tife, forgot to mention you as well in the greeting. The first thing I want to mention briefly, in the interest of time, because this has been a lengthy meeting and I know all are getting tired, is that Miss Ruby Lee Bellman Milan, many of you may know, passed away in June of this year. We lost a warrior, we lost a pioneer with her. If you have an opportunity to visit 77, then we hope you will. In the lobby, there's a plaque, Chief Moore is there too, with the first dedication of the Heroes Among Us award that she received for her 25 years of service with this board. Miss Ruby and I used to argue about who really owned 77. I can take full claim now, it's mine. One of the things that we have been working on here, and it's in keeping with what's been discussed in the presentation before us, regards Hispanic outreach. So before that question comes up later, I'll jump to it saying that one of the things our board has already been doing is discussing recruiting more Hispanic members in the community because the demographics are shifting in the South Los Angeles area. Also, through our CPAB, we have these discussions. Through our clergy, through our SLOs, there are outreach efforts going on. I called along with the staff, the sergeants in community relations and SLO office, every one of the members on our board listed to speak to them, to see if they want to be re-engaged, to make sure that we haven't lost them, or to see if they're still wanting to be active with our CPAB as a part of our outreach efforts. These things will be ongoing as time goes by. It has been difficult to have during the Zoom, during this remote era, meetings. It's easier to engage with people in person. And the translation issues, when they arise, they're even harder to address when we're in this format. But those things will be worked out as we move forward as well. One of the things we're proudest of and working on to make some changes here at 77th area is interacting, engaging, having what we call work meetings with working subcommittees. Our patrol captain, Captain Henley Hawkins, organized with us some meetings last year. It was during the time that our commanding officer was on vacation. Several single-purpose meetings, doing an outreach via Zoom to community members who call in on the CPAP channels and asking about the things that are of critical importance to them. And then Captain Hawkins and staff arranged to have individual meetings that went on, there were 8 of them, for about a 4-week period, to meet with persons from the city, different entities that could address some of the concerns, like the street takeovers. Everyone knows how critical they are and dangerous they are. The illegal cannabis locations. Cannabis is very political in this city, as we all know. As a quality of life issue, there are a lot of things affiliated with that, and that includes the crime as well. There are a lot of concerns in the community for that reason, and so that's a committee that we're organizing. Unhoused encampments, members of the city, those who are residents of the city who are not housed at this point. This is obviously something that involves the police department, but not something that the police department can resolve. We recognize that. We want to work on that through ongoing committee meetings, something that involves the community to hold up to the responsibility that, like Chief Moore said, public safety is a shared responsibility. And I believe in that. That's why I'm back for a second tour with my children saying, don't you know you're retired? But I'm here because I care. I'm here because I still live here. I'm here because I reared my 5 children in this community, put them through the schools here, and want to continue to make a difference. That's why I'm here. That's why we're here. That unity in the community that one of the community members spoke on during the comments, interesting comments, was also enlightening. We believe that too. I, at this point, can hand the further details over to my partner, Captain Zartan.
So I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we've done so far year to date from my last report to you. We had our national night out here at 77, which was great. We had community members here. We had a lot of children, which really made me happy to see the families with children being here. We have our Tippecop, which is basically a fundraising for a Special Olympic, and community really rose up, and we were able to get some substantial funds for the Special Olympics. We continue our community walk with the cop from last year. It's a great success. We've done it several times. We usually try to do it at the parks, once a month at the parks, and claim that area for the families with kids, and that's been a great success. Also, really a great event that 77 CPAP is sponsored, and we had that event here in 77th area. It occurred on May 21st of this year, and it was our career day. And during that day, we had our community safety partnership, Council District 8, and we invited the local businesses to come here to 77, and we asked the community members who are looking for jobs to show up here and connect the local businesses with people who actually live in the community. And we were happy to see a great turnout from both our businesses and from our community members. And during that meeting, during that day, 65 local community members were actually offered jobs by our local businesses. We are also proud of our partnership with our local clergy. As a matter of fact, this Friday morning, we have our Faith and Blue event with our clergy members here in 77th area. And we're looking forward to have that event this Friday. Also, what I wanted to talk to you about is our partnership with our CPAP partnership with our various events here. We had a great backpack giveaway that occurred here at 77th area earlier this year. A couple of months ago, we had our safe passage operation, which we actually did that in coordination with our great partners. So our senior lead officers and our great partners, we've targeted several areas that we want in coordination with LA Unified School District. and we conducted the Operation Safe Passage at the time that the children go to a school and at the time they were released. And I'm happy to tell you it was great success. The parents were very happy, so were the school administrators. Our days of dialogue continued from last year. We had additional meeting this year, and it was great participation from community. And it was really it was good, honest conversation with community. And it's not all happy talk. It's some honest to goodness conversation, which we're happy to have. We also had our CPAP participate in our community alerts. When we had a series of robberies involving our street vendors that were attacked and they were robbed, and it really made the community upset. We were able to put out community alerts as far as educating the public, asking the public to help us, to call us with the information. And I'm happy to tell you that the few incidents that actually made the news and had the community in general really upset. All the suspects were arrested and all of them were filed by the district attorney's office. So we cleared all those cases. And next, I want to tell you about our partnership with the community, with CSPB. And CSPB, as you know, is here in 77th area, and they're doing a great job. And they have their own form of a CPAP, which they are referring to it as CSAP, and that's the Community Safety Advisory Council. So since they are participating with the Community Safety Partnership there, we kind of asked them to also join us. So we have members of the CSAC in our CPAP. And it's great to have them both hand in hand when there are events that's occurring in our CSPB area at the park. We are also participating at 77th area. I myself have been in their events. My partner, Captain Hawkins, have been participating in events. So our senior lead officers and our CPAP members. And also they participate in our events. So it's a hand in hand. When I look at CSPB, to me, that's a policing modeling for future. It's just an outstanding program. And even when they have trainings, I know they had a few months back, the training at USC. I sent my senior lead officers and my officers to participate with them because it's an outstanding program and it has showed its value to us and we believe in it and we're partners with CSPB in that. With that said, I just wanted to also at the end just tell you that the community here has a say-so on what we really do. They're vocal. Our CPAP meeting, if you participate in, we have a good gathering, good show up, and they talk about problems. They tell us what they want. They're not shy about emailing me, calling my cell phone, and telling me about the issues and problems. And people, the staff in my office is recipient of those emails because I assign them to the appropriate entities here within 77 to solve those problems and get those issues resolved. With that, I would like to add this to, we're ready to answer other questions.
Thank you, Captain. And Ms. Smith, to you, I want to thank you for your service to the city, to the community at large. You are the very essence of giving back to one's community and serving your fellow citizens. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. In the interest of time, I'm going to go around quickly and ask my fellow commissioners whether or not they have any questions. Commissioner Decker.
Briefly, this is more to the chief. I also want to join Commissioner Briggs in thanking both the presenters, Ms. Smith, for your time. Thank you. But Chief, the comment or the presentation included, as you heard, the captain talking about the human trafficking issue and the staffing issues. I assume, Chief, that is a direct correlation to our the lower numbers of officers in the department and the challenges in recruiting. Is that an accurate assessment?
1000%. The and the response time. But let me just. I need to answer that question, but also to Miss Denise K. Smith. Thank you. I echo Commissioner Briggs' remark, and to Captain Z. Thank you for your efforts in managing a very complex command with challenging. And Commissioner Decker, this command, for instance, particularly had response times that were well over an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes at some point for routine calls. And so it's one of the highest deployed commands in the city already. And so the organizing of resources is a bottom-up process of those most routine and urgent calls. However, with that said, I will look to continue to look to Chief Woodyard and South Bureau and its collective efforts. So the Figueroa corridor can be attended. While the numbers have gone from 2 to 7, I do believe that there's room continues to be room within South Bureau to ensure a dedicated resource for human trafficking, given its toll on the communities in South Bureau.
And thank you, Chief. I certainly understand the prioritization and response times. You know, those are crisis calls; they have to be addressed. So I'm not challenging that in any way. I just want to be sure I understand, and it's important that we constantly reflect on and provide information to the public about the challenges the department has because of the lower numbers, and human trafficking is certainly one of those areas that clearly is not getting the attention that it has to. And it's not due to a lack of desire within the department. It's a resource issue. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobral.
Hi, just one question. Congrats on the hard work, because it's hard work. Yeah, I think your CPAP is probably one of the most important in the city. My question is, how are you recruiting for your CPAB? Do you feel the need to continue to get new members, even those who may be constructively critical, or sometimes, like you saw today, non-constructively critical? How do you feel about making sure you're hearing from as many people as you can, and is it a challenge in 77 to do that?
Was that addressed to?
Mr. Subarov, before I pass that to my partner, let me tell you, my CPAP is very vocal. They complain about response time. They do complain about, they need more cops. They want to see more officers patrolling their streets. And if they have an issue or a problem, they immediately bring it up to me. They have my email, they have my cell phone number. And we are really involved with our business community, residential community, our clergy. With that said, let me pass that to my partner.
If I could add very briefly to that, both the terms of my serving in the capacity of the co-chair, we've been very concerned about ensuring that we hear from people like the ones that I was taking notes from earlier in this meeting, in their presentations and their comments, because we want to hear all sides. Because frankly, the system's very broken. And nothing that has been done in the past is going to heal everything or fix everything that needs to be done, especially moving forward. The complexities are outrageous now. The responsibilities of your group, with oversight of the chief, with the burden on his shoulders, and of everybody affiliated with the department and in the community, is massive. There were way too many opinions. So we're trying to embrace as many as we can, because it's an educational process. Many of those who speak out of anger, hostility, and on behalf of other people they know not of, it's because they're frustrated. The last 2 years of what we've all lived through have not helped any of us to be less anxious. And all of these things are targeted. Some of those comments had nothing to do with what the police department's supposed to do. But we want to hear from people so they learn. And we reach out through the social media aspects. We reach out through email. We reach out with posting our meetings, and then letting folk have a say at the time that we have our meetings on the second Thursday of each month. Does that answer your question, sir?
99%, the other 1% is, do you feel the need to try and recruit more members, fresh voices, or are those folks just send in a letter or make a phone call or whatever, and that's it?
Yes.
Mr. Suvorov, I tell you a success story. Recently, I had a community member send an email to me, and they had some grievances and complaints. First thing we did, we resolved the issues by sending our senior lead officers there and addressing their concern. Second thing was I invited him to join our CPAP, and I was very happy when they joined our CPAP. We had my CPAP, we didn't have anybody from the Islamic community here when I got here. So when I heard from them, they heard that I had made the commanding officer here. So I received an email from them. I went and had a meeting with them. Again, I invited them to my CPAP. And there are some segments of community that are, I would say they're skittish about joining some of these events or committees. But at the end of the day, it's their community. We need to hear from them, and we need to police the community based on what the community demands and expects from us. And after having a good conversation with them, having a voice that may not be what you're used to hear, I think it's a good thing. It keeps us on our toes and let us to be more responsive to community's demands.
And if I may add to that, those single purpose meetings that we spoke about before, that brought a number of people to us that knew nothing about the police department's operations, nothing about CPAP, and everything out of their mouths was a complaint. Because especially during the moratoriums on being able to tow those vehicles that have been parked and that have had impacts on people's homes and properties, along with this traffic issue and all these takeovers that are going on, people were upset. And a number of those people have also reached out to be a member of the CPAP. But I'd like to be clear that everyone can't be a member of the CPAP. No board like yours can be massively large and be able to vote and make decisions. It's a public meeting, however. Anyone can come to the meetings, anyone can look rather at the meetings until they become public meetings again and can participate in the process. And then as they wish to become involved, if we can accommodate them through what they need and what they bring, they're more than welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Soborov. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for the presentation this morning. Good to see you, Captain Z, and Ms. Smith. I'll look forward to meeting you at some point soon, hopefully. Just a couple of questions in the interest of time. One is that, in the broader environment, in particular in the wake of the pandemic, we're seeing and hearing about staggering increases in mental health conditions, just across society. So it's, everywhere at all levels. And in addition to here in LA, I think elsewhere that, still large problem with absentee students. So large numbers of students that school districts just can't find and clearly are not coming to school. Question is, are you seeing those two dynamics impacting the communities in the 77th? And if so, if not, I'd be curious to see, to understand how you're not experiencing those impacts. But if you are, question is, are you seeing a commensurate allocation of resources other than the police, or are people looking primarily to LAPD to be available to respond to some of the impacts you may be seeing?
Commissioner, you're absolutely right. We do have a good number of calls that we determine to be issues related to mental illness. But honestly, unfortunately, there are not a lot of services except LAPD or SMART units. When they're available, they respond, or major cases that we refer to CAMP. Other than those two, I have not seen any other entity stepping up to the plate and wanting to respond to these calls. I'm happy to tell you that majority of my officers have completed the mental health training course, and we haven't had any recent incidents of categorical use of force or any incident that involved people suffering from mental illness. So we've been able to manage it by de-escalating, and when services are available, we definitely make use of those services. But as you know, they don't work on weekends, they don't work at nights, they don't work on holidays. So, and those are the times we get some of these calls, and really there is no other entity outside of LAPD that's able to respond to it. And again, when smart units or on big cases that we refer to CAMP, those entities do respond and they do a great job.
I'd like to make a comment respectfully on that note, sir. Hopwicks, which is one of our partners, and please don't press me to remember what the acronym is for, but it's homeless, HOPWICS. I don't recall exactly what it all stands for. They do referrals. So they have reached out to us, like in our recent Day of Dialogue, they discussed the fact that they have a number that can be used for the community to do outreach when you see someone who may be having some sort of an issue, to call them. And they do have some sort of response. I can't speak on the details, but Hopwicks does help. Or Hopwicks, it's Hopwicks.
It's Hopwicks, yes.
My bad.
Great. And what about just briefly with regard to the students who should be in school? Do you have any significant experience with seeing, are these kids just in the community roaming around when they should be at school, or what are you seeing in that regard?
We have seen, as a matter of fact, I can report to you, I had 2 cases, significant cases that we had this during the last couple of weeks, that threats of gun violence and mass shootings were emailed to or sent posted on social media against 2 of our local schools. And we brought in significant resources. We tracked those 2 cases down. Both turned out to be, one was a 14-year-old male student from the same school, and the second one was a 14-year-old female, again from the same school. And this, as you know, criminal threats are felonies. These 2 kids had no prior incidents of anything. The parents, what they told us in the recent months, they had detected a significant difference in their behavior at home. So what we did here in 77, both of those cases, we did not make a physical arrest of a person or putting them through fingerprinting or anything like that. What we did is we contacted our service providers. Both of these 14-year-olds were connected with service providers and put in a program of a mental health to provide them with services. And rather than dealing with it through the criminal justice system, we're providing them and their families with services. And that's something that I think we were looking at our numbers for our last CompStat. 77 detectives have been really good, and watch commanders and officers at using these referrals and deferring these cases to service providers such as GRID and others, not just GRID, but GRID and others, to make those services available rather than using the criminal justice system for these juveniles. And yes, you're right, we've noticed an increase in those cases.
Well, thank you not only for the information, but also for the creative and at least seemingly compassionate use of the discretion that you have to deal with some of these difficult cases. We're taking dangerous people off the streets on the one hand, but also finding other ways to address problems like the ones you described. So I appreciate that. Last question, probably to Ms. Smith. You mentioned the additional efforts to recruit Hispanics. You were referencing the changing demographics in some of the communities. What does that picture look like relative to just young people generally? So just same with the same in terms, do you have young people involved? And I'm gonna just arbitrarily say people under 30, let's say. Do you have many people in that demographic who are involved in the CPAB?
So I can tell you that recently in a couple of our events, that was Coffee with the Cop, what the most recent one was at the Starbucks. And as you know, we make our command staff, our personnel available in those events. I had an individual who approached me who resides here. They're born and raised in 77, he's 29 years old. He's actually working for a government agency, and he had a lot of concerns, a lot of good discussions. So what I told him is I agree with him, but I think the best way for him to bring up his concern, why don't you be part of our CPAC and bring that to the table, with which he did. He told me he gave me his email. We're going to send him the information, and we're looking forward to have him on board. But I can tell you that it's difficult. It's difficult to bring younger folks in. It's also difficult to bring our immigrant community in. And that's, I think, is an operation of language barrier, and also they need to take care of families. There's a lot of family obligations, young children, taking them to a school, picking them up, taking care of them at home. So with that said, we did have from our last CPAP presentation to the commission to today, we did have an uptick in number of Hispanic recruits here. Not what was my goal, that we had an increase there, and we're still working. It's a work in progress, and it's something that we're not going to give up, and we're going to make sure where my senior leads are involved in that, my CPAP members are involved in that. I think the best way to recruit is from the community to this. So my partner has been in contact with the rest of our CPAP members. We need to, I think that's the best way of recruiting into our CPAP, from community members into our CPAP. I'll pass that to my partner.
Yes, sir, always on the job. Also, a number of the people that attended those single purpose meetings were, I would say, in the category under 30 and expressed interest in becoming involved, because they were speaking up and they were happy to hear that there was a forum during which or with which they could communicate their concerns and be heard. So that's an ongoing effort, and through them, more of their neighbors are hearing about what's going on with CPAP and with LAPD.
Well, just thank you both. It's very difficult work under very difficult circumstances, obviously, but that's why we need the commitment that we're hearing about today. I would look forward at some point to an opportunity to come down and see some of what you were just describing, particularly with regard to some of the new membership and how they're being integrated, and possibly at some point the collaboration with the CSAC as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Again, Captain Z, thank you, and Ms. Smith, thank you as well. We appreciate the presentation that was chock full of information and needed data. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4D on the agenda of the department's presentation on Follow Home Robbery Task Force.
There we are. Good afternoon, Chief, members of the Police Commission, and community members. I'm Captain Jonathan Tippett, the Commanding Officer of Robbery Homicide Division. Also with me is the Chief of Detective Bureau, Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher. I have been asked to give you an updated briefing on the Follow Home Follow-Up Task Force. The first briefing that I provided to the Commission was approximately 6 months ago in April. The task force has been operational since last December and actively working these violent robberies for about 10 months now. I will start off my presentation with a video that depicts a recent incident and clearly shows the blatant disregard for human life, as these individuals target a citizen for his watch. A LA resident leaves a nightclub and his rideshare stops at a gas station convenience store to make a purchase. Unbeknownst to him, he has been followed, and after making a purchase, he is exiting the store and is immediately caught by surprise and confronted by an armed individual, demanding his watch and jewelry. You will see a second individual armed with a firearm as well. The victim, unwilling to give up his property, is attacked, beaten, and shot in the leg by his attacker. The victim attempts to get in the car in hopes that the driver takes off. He is then dragged out of the vehicle by his attacker, who continues to assault him and attempts to forcibly take his watch off. The victim manages to break away and flee from his attacker. I will explain as the video plays. The victim is inside the store. You see the suspect just to the right, walking up to the store. He realizes the victim is coming out, wants to surprise him, walks up, demands his jewelry, his watch. The fight is on for his life. He knows that the suspect is armed with a handgun at that time. You'll see a second individual approach from the right-hand side of the screen, who is also armed with a handgun and tries to assist the first suspect. The two of them are down on the ground with the victim. That's the victim in the white shirt, now trying to get in the car to flee. The suspect has just shot him in the leg prior to him entering the car. And you'll see the victim has a chance to flee from the suspects. Two of the individuals are in custody, and I will discuss this case further at a later point. Last year, we began to track a trend of violent armed robberies where individuals were being followed off from high-end shopping areas, restaurants, and nightclubs throughout the city, many of them from Hollywood, Wilshire, and Central Division. In the month of September and October, we monitored a pattern of increased robberies that included multiple vehicles and multiple armed suspects working in a coordinated effort to rob victims in their high-end cars, watches, and jewelry. A total of 51 of these violent armed robberies occurred during that September-October period. And on November 2nd, a community safety bulletin was provided to warn the public about these violent crimes. On November 23rd, the Follow Home Task Force was approved and implemented after the murder robbery investigation of Jose Ruiz in Hollywood. 4 individuals are in custody in that case and are awaiting trial. The task force is currently comprised of 1 lieutenant, 18 detectives for a total of 9 teams, 10 investigators from Robbery Homicide Division, 6 from Office of Operations, and 2 from Commercial Crimes Division under Detective Bureau. We also have 1 analytics specialist unknown to us from Office of Operation. The task force has full access to surveillance and apprehension teams from the Robbery Homicide Division, Special Investigations Section, Gang Narcotics Division, and Metropolitan Division Crime Impact Team. All of these specialized teams provide investigative assistance, surveillance, and apprehension support. Previously, we preferred to identify all involved before taking down crews. Due to the crisis, we began making arrests as quickly as possible once individuals were identified, and we began working our cases differently, gathering additional intel and evidence from warrants and interviews with those individuals that were arrested. This has proven to reduce the number of incidents and disrupt the crews that were coordinating these takedowns. We went from a high of 39 for the month of November prior to the implementation of the task force to 15 last month in September. The numbers fluctuate monthly. However, over the last 4-month period, the average is approximately 13 incidents a month. As of September 30th, the task force has identified a total of 308 incidents in the city of Los Angeles. We know these cases are not all related or even involving several robbery crews, but individual crews and teams of individuals. We continue to see a connectivity with local area gang members from the South Los Angeles area. A total of 22 gangs have been identified so far. In one of our recent incidents and arrests, the individuals identified in several violent crimes in Los Angeles are from the Oakland area and have gang ties over there. We have linked this individual to 5 violent follow-off robberies in the city of LA so far. Of the 308 incidents, 208 incidents, or 68%, are currently being investigated by RHT, while the remaining 100 incidents are being handled at the divisional level. A breakdown of locations of occurrence is as follows. We'll only provide you with the divisions with the higher numbers. Operation West Bureau has the most, with 179 total, with 68 in the Hollywood area, 66 in Wilshire, 21 in West LA, and 20 in Pacific. Operation Central Bureau has a total of 66 incidents, with 50 of them in Central area. Locations of interest in the downtown area include the entertainment district, high-end hotels, living areas, jewelry district, and restaurants. Operation Valley Bureau has a total of 52 incidents that the task force is tracking, with 21 of them in North Hollywood, 13 in Topanga. Operation South Bureau has had 11, with 9 of the 11 in Southwest. As of September 20th, the Follow Home Task Force has handled the following types of investigations, arrests, and filings. 1 murder investigation with 4 arrests, 2 attempt murder investigations, 268 robberies, 19 attempt robberies, 8 assaults with deadly weapons, 5 grand theft persons investigations, and 2 incidents involving shots fired into an inhabited dwelling. The task force, along with divisional detectives, have made 113 arrests associated with these follow home crimes. 5 for murder, 9 for attempt murder, 79 for robbery, 13 gun arrests, 2 arrests for accessory, 2 kidnapping arrests, 1 conspiracy arrest, 1 receiving stolen property, and 1 narcotic related arrest. The task force has also been involved in the seizure of 71 handguns. The Follow Home Task Force has also obtained and served 400 search warrants. The following is a breakdown of the types of warrants served. 51 search warrants served on residences and businesses, 37 warrants for vehicle searches, 302 digital media and technological warrants, 10 video warrants. Additionally, we have served 28 arrest warrants. Robbery Special is also responsible for serial robberies, kidnappings, extortions, and bank robberies. The team's hard work, relentless efforts, and very talented investigative skills has led to numerous arrests for the task force, but other significant arrests as well, including an arrest last week of a serial robbery suspect. This individual is believed to have committed 16 commercial robberies in the city and over 50 in the county and other outlying areas. The advantages of the task force includes the continued efforts to develop leads through our responsiveness to investigate, interview, and process crime scenes immediately by the task force. The immediate notification and coordination with patrol and area detectives has led to more significant leads, witness information, and evidence, including video and forensic recoveries. This has greatly improved our investigative capabilities. We are getting complete support from the department surveillance teams to bed down suspects at locations and identify additional suspects for arrests and search warrants. Forensic Science Division and Technical Investigations Division have been an enormous advantage in processing scenes to include print evidence, DNA, ballistic, tech, and video evidence. This assistance has placed us at a great advantage in identifying individuals who are still using COVID masks, hats, and hoodies to conceal their identity. We have a great relationship and connectivity with a wide range of other agencies. The Follow Home Task Force is unique, and we have quickly become the hub of information for partner agencies. Additionally, the support we have received from the Bureau chiefs, captains, detective COs, and officers has been outstanding. The officers' investigations, their awareness of the gravity of these crimes, and the intuitiveness to gather information and share unrelated clues have turned out to be relevant information that led to significant arrests. Surveillance cameras have been installed in various strategic positions throughout the city based on specific criminal activities associated with the follow-up investigations. These cameras can also be redeployed as necessary based on new crime trends. This has been a major undertaking. However, I am confident that we are showing this trend to go down. November, before the implementation of task force, we had 39 incidents. Last month, we have 15 incidents, which is a 62% decrease in these follow home and follow off style robberies. And it's important that you remember that all these incidents involved armed robbery suspects and firearms. We continue to see a trend in these types of crimes involving local area gangs. A total of 22 gangs identified so far, and 1 gang from the Oakland area. One part of the trend that has changed is we are no longer seeing the large number of vehicles and individuals that we were previously seeing involving 3 to 5 carloads of all armed suspects and individuals. We recently made an arrest of an Oakland resident that is believed to be involved in 5 separate robberies in the city of LA, 3 in May and 2 in July. In each of these incidents, it involved 2 males armed with handguns and targeting watches, property, and other expensive items. This individual has a history of criminal behavior, and in fact, at the time of his arrest, was a parolee at large after cutting off his ankle monitor. This was 14 months prior that he's been wanted. as a parolee at large. Our investigators informed and shared information with Bay Area agencies, and it became clear that he was involved in at least 2 armed robberies and other crimes in their jurisdiction as well. And there are numerous other crimes that we are starting to link to this individual. Thanks to the support of all involved, Robbery Homicide Division investigators and members of the Gang Narcotics Division traveled up north and surveilled, tracked, and apprehended our suspect and brought him back to Los Angeles, where he was charged with 6 counts of robbery and other related charges. In another recent case, 2 individuals were involved in an armed robbery after falling off the victim from a local area restaurant. The property taken was a high-end watch and jewelry. Video, DNA, and other forensic evidence led us to an individual with 6 prior felony convictions. He is 32 years of age and is on formal probation for firearms. He has 1 prior robbery conviction and 5 firearm convictions. His arrest led to the identification of the second individual involved in this crime. Because we are handling all similar robberies, Robbery Special Section investigators identified the second individual as being involved in 4 others armed robbery incidents. In one of those incidents, the victim was followed off from a local restaurant into a gas station, where upon exiting, the victim is confronted by our suspect, who points a firearm at him and demands his property and watch. This is the video that was played earlier at the beginning of the presentation, where the victim was pulled out of the car and the suspects continue their attack on the victim to forcefully remove his watch from his arm. In addition to the gunshot wound, the victim had significant injuries to his face and head and was hospitalized. The task force identified the individual, and with the assistance of Metropolitan Division's Crime Impact Team, located, tracked, and apprehended this dangerous criminal. 34 years of age, 7 felony arrests, 2 felony convictions. Both individuals have histories and ties to local area gangs. These robberies are serious, violent, and have resulted in death. We have 2 homicides associated with these robberies, one a victim attempting to defend his girlfriend as individuals were trying to forcibly remove her watch and jewelry. Another was a suspect that was shot while trying to carry out a follow-home robbery. We have seen countless individuals traumatized by having a gun pointed at them and robbed. We have 32 incidents involving shots fired, meaning people being shot at, and 18 people actually shot. Many others are dealing with injuries and recovery from being tackled, kicked, beaten, punched, and are being pistol whipped to the head and face. It is a miracle that more deaths have not occurred. As I indicated early on, we went from a high of 39 for the month of November prior to the implementation of the task force to 13 last month and 9 incidents the month before that. The media has helped us to get out the word that our department is dedicated to finding the individuals responsible for these crimes. They have also been helpful in announcing crime alerts and warnings to the public. Our citizens have been extremely helpful with an awareness and willingness to provide valuable information or evidence to these crimes. You have my commitment and the commitment and dedication of the Robbery Follow Home Task Force and other supporting teams that this department will continue to do everything possible to continue the focus on these crimes and investigate, apprehend, and seek justice for the victims. Thank you for your support. I will now answer any questions you may have.
Captain Tippett and Chief Pitcher, first of all, thank you for putting together this task force. One of the severest crime waves that this city has seen, one that endangered a lot of citizens, and that garnered a lot of media attention necessarily. Thank you for helping to drive down the incidents that our city has. The one question that I have before I ask fellow, we're not of the holidays, and there are a lot of.
Commissioner, your voice is becoming garbled at moments, just FYI.
Okay, thank you. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What I was saying is we are about to enter a period where we're having economic challenges for all of the citizens coming up with the holidays as well. Do you anticipate that there may be more of these incidents as we approach the holiday season? And if so, what kind of proactive steps are being taken in addition to alerting citizens to be on the lookout for this? But are there any proactive steps that the department is taking?
That can be handled.
Well, John, why don't you, Captain Tippett, why don't you talk about the task force efforts, and Chris Pitcher, or Chief Pitcher, or myself can talk about violent crime reduction, violent crime task force efforts, foot beats, and so forth as we approach the holidays.
Yeah, so I think the numbers are quite indicative of what we have succeeded in doing in terms of reducing the amount of these crimes. I think the more publicity that has gone out with the media and the media's assistance to get the information out has not only made people aware of this, but it has also given us opportunities to work on witness information, people that are actually recognizing the crimes that are about to take place and recording some of the incidents and providing us with information to conduct follow-ups on vehicles and individuals that are involved in some of these crimes. I believe that two of the examples that I just gave you were recent event examples. And one of those things that it showed you is that these aren't single incidents. These involve multiple incidents. So I think these arrests are going to have a great impact on the amount of continued operations that happen as a result of these violent crews. I think they are being dissuaded. I think the change of our methods and how we conduct our investigations, immediately going after one or two individuals after they've been identified, has led us to other individuals rather than prolonging the investigations. We're going for immediate apprehension. We have noticed a significant difference with our filings as well. We have been getting assistance from the DA's office on filing some of the enhancements that we've been asking for. And I think that's a message that needs to get out to the public as well, that these crimes are being taken serious, that there are going to be consequences as a result of being involved in these types of crimes, and that we will make every effort to find you, locate you, and apprehend you.
And Commissioner Briggs, I'm going to add to that very quickly in terms of what the chief was alluding to, the violent crimes operations. As a director of CompStat, I talk with the divisions in West Bureau and also Central Bureau and primarily Valley Bureaus where these are impacting the restaurants in the areas. They are responding to these locations not only with foot beats, during the appropriate hours, but also with the specialized units with the vehicles. They are using their NED undercover operators to surveil these locations to keep them safe, as well as the vice units. So they have the holiday plans in place. Typically around this time, they will be moving towards that. In addition, taking greater measures and efforts to secure these locations, these restaurants, these shopping malls and locations where people patronize, to keep them safe, both with uniform presence as well as undercover presence to surveil these locations. And they're pulling the business owners together. And like the captain here said, there is a greater awareness throughout the community of this type of robbery that is going on now. And it is being met with, once again, a greater awareness by the community members, by the involved areas, as well as the businesses in general. So I would basically look at staying the course in terms of the escalating, or rather just continuing numbers of crimes that we're going to continue to see, as well as driving those down. And then, as we talked about in the first discussion with the follow-off, follow-home robberies, there are other measures in place that we use, other individuals and units that will operate in an undercover capacity, in addition to what I've already mentioned, and they will work the various hours and off hours to secure these locations as if the need arises. It hasn't arisen to that point, but if it does, that will be yet another layer that we will basically place on that to address the issue.
Thanks, Chief Pitcher. Chief Moore, did you want to add to this discussion?
No, I think, again, I just applaud the work of this task force, their relentless efforts, their cross-staffing with the areas around this region. But I will now close with a final remark. This was a phenomenon that just a few short years ago was something was folklore of our past, was something that happened decades ago, as far as individuals being targeted for this type of high-end jewelry or purses or so forth. Our intention is to get back to that, that we're going, and I applaud the district attorney's efforts most recently, where we're now seeing added enhancements, gun enhancements, felons that are out on earlier arrests that are recommitting crimes. Those are things that 6 months ago or earlier were simply not occurring. And that word was actually being exploited by these very suspects that Captain Tippett talks about here. They knew or anticipated that there'd be no consequence or little consequence if captured. That is changing. I believe that'll change this tactic or this people's use of this MO, and we'll get a safer Los Angeles. These are 300 instances in a city of 4 million. And yet the striking impact it has on the sense of safety is why this is so critical that we change the course of this work. There's far more, there's more homicides year to date than there have been these robberies. But yet the striking nature of them and how they have grown and their velocity and the loss of life and shooting victims associated with it has startled people all across this region. And that is something that is why we put this task force together, and we're committed to working with all our criminal justice partners to see that we change the course going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Moore. Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Just two quickly, and this relates primarily to the victim side of the equation. One question is it's not really clear how the suspects or perpetrators are identifying all the victims. So in some cases, you see somebody who's in a high-end restaurant or high-end retail establishment, and maybe that by itself is evidence that they maybe have some expensive jewelry. But I'm saying that the typical person may be walking down the street with a watch on, and unless you're close up to the person or surveilling them with binoculars or some other way of determining that they're someone that you really is going to attack. How is that? What are you seeing in that regard? Like, how do these suspects really know what they're getting? And in some cases, are there victims who are in fact wearing a cheap watch, a cheap necklace, or some other have some other low end property that's being stolen?
Commissioner, I think what we're seeing right now is a couple of different ways that they find their victims. Is they will be inside the locations or directly outside, and they're looking very specifically for people who are wearing these high-end watches, jewelry, and have these expensive bags. They will follow them either outside of the location where they are in patronizing, or they will be directly outside of the parking lot. And in some instances, what we're seeing is there are people on the insides of these businesses that have worked inside to identify some of these individuals, contacting people on the outside, alerting them to the fact that there are these victims who have this high-end jewelry or baggage to follow them out. So we have seen a variety of different ways they identify their victims in these crimes.
Are you seeing situations where you see that activity and the victim turns out not to have something of great value?
No, we have not. They know what they're looking for. In fact, they've been targeting specific types and styles of watches. And so we haven't really had any situations where they didn't know what they were actually going after in advance, which leads us to believe that they're being surveilled when they come up and say, give me your Rolex.
Got it. Okay. And then also, what's also not clear from some of the videos that are shown really is the response of the victims themselves. And in the ones that I've seen, it appears that the victim is actively resisting and attempting to ward off the suspects, but sometimes it's not clear. So what are you seeing in that regard? And what I'm getting at, and even with both questions, really is, what advice or what message are you really sending to the public? One, I take it from your first answer, you're not really saying to people, don't wear any jewelry at all, period, or don't carry anything. That doesn't sound to be the message. But on this other front, conventionalism would be if somebody approaches you and demands something in this context, you give it to them and have them on their way. But these videos appear to show these situations where the victim is resisting in some way. Can you just comment on what you're seeing and what the advice is?
Yeah, so I don't tell people what to wear or not to wear, but I do feel that it's our job to try to locate these individuals and find them. And I also feel it's our job to warn these individuals about what's going on, so they can make the decision for themselves. But what we're seeing is kind of a variety. We tell people don't fight off your attackers. It's not worth the property loss. But that's easy to say. Some individuals do choose to fight off their attackers, but we have seen many cases where individuals are just savagely beaten, kicked, punched, and they haven't done anything. In fact, they're unaware that they're even being followed. This all comes from behind, and they're attacked, and then they can no longer resist because they fall into the ground, and the suspects attempt to remove their property based on the fact that they're now no longer able to even fight back. But I've seen many cases where it doesn't, there's no effort by the individual or the citizen to fight back or fight for their property. It's just the tactic that they're using. Just like in the case that you watched in the video, you can clearly see that the suspect alerts himself as he's going up to the door that somebody's coming out, and he doesn't want to lose that element of surprise, so he walks backwards and then waits for the guy to come out to surprise him, and then starts pulling him down to the ground.
So these are not situations where someone is demanding, waiting for someone to respond. There in the first engagement, really attempting to snatch the merchandise or the jewelry from the person. In other words, the attack is occurring commensurate with the robbery.
I'm sorry, I missed the question into that.
So the point is that in many of these cases, I gather what you're saying is the attack is commensurate with the robbery. In other words, it's not a first, give me your wallet, give a demand opportunity to comply. It appears that in many cases, the first engagement is violently snatching for the jewelry or the bag, so that there's really not much opportunity to comply without being attacked.
In many of these cases, there are those situations where they're pointing handguns at people and demanding property. But I would say a huge portion of these robberies involve individuals that have no opportunity to comply, really haven't been asked any questions or anything like that, and they're just being taken down. And that's an MO that these crews have had, is just to disable your victim and then take their property from them. We've even seen cases where individuals are just shot right from the get-go, as in the recent murder that occurred in South Bureau, and their property is taken from them.
Got it. And my last question is, this is at least on the agenda, it's, references the I believe it's the Follow Home Robbery Task Force. And initially, I know when I say initially, this was earlier in the year when there was a combination of people being confronted at a retail establishment or at a restaurant, and some who were actually followed home, so are you still seeing a combination of both situations, or are you seeing more like the video you just showed us where something happens at a retail establishment?
Yes, it's a combination. In fact, two of in the cases that I described to you, one of them specifically involves two incidents that were inside a restaurant or retail store where it's happening during the daylight hours.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for your presentation today. We appreciate it. At this time, we're going to go to item 4E. There we go. Captain Carenza, thank you. Members of the commission have read the report. So in the interest of time, I'm simply going to ask whether or not any of the commissioners have any questions for you with respect to your report on Planning and Land Use Management Committee. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners? Seeing none, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you for the time that you stood around and waited. We apologize. Today's meeting ran kind of long. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're going to go into closed session, which will begin at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. See you at that time.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A and 5B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Give the board secretary a moment, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Teebank.
Not till the 25th, right?
Correct. Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Teebank.
I'm ready, sir.
Mr. Teebank, can you read out from closed session, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. For the record, Commissioner Kalanche was not present for any of the closed session matters. Item 5A1, officer involved shooting 059-21. The commission unanimously on a 4-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the chief of police, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer, 3+1, 1 police officer, 3. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer, 3. Lethal use of force, rounds 1, 2, and 3 in policy. Round 4 out of policy, 1 police officer, 3. As it relates to item A, 5A2, officer involved shooting 060-21. Commission on a 4-0 vote unanimously adopted the recommendations of the Inspector General, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 3 police officer 2s, tactical debrief, 5 police officer 2s, drawing, exhibiting in policy, 4 police officer 2s, less lethal use of force in policy, 3 police officer 2s, lethal use of force out of policy, 1 police officer 2. As relates to items 5B1, 2, and
Mr.
3.
Teebank, Meg, I think I have a correction for you with respect to that last item. I believe it was a 3-1 vote.
That is correct, sir. I apologize. That is correct. The vote is 3-1.
Okay, thank you.
The last item, 5A, B, 1, 2, and 3 were adjudicated. That concludes the report out.
Thank you. For members of the public, the next Board of Police Commissioner meeting will be October 25th. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn on today's session. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you on October 25th.